Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome back to Slightly Better, the channel where we talk all things reality TV, all the tea and all the shade and all the pink lemonade of reality TV. Sorry, it took me a second to remember that. If you are watching us on the, I had myself muted on the Twitter. I just had to fix that. Okay, so before we begin today's stream, I just wanted to let you guys know on the Twitter page and on the YouTube page. I am doing this live stream on my YouTube at Slightly Bitter, and I am also doing this on my Twitter at Slightly Bitter. So if you want to keep up to all of it, I have two spaces for you guys to check it out. Throughout the stream, there'll be a point where I may bring some people on from the Twitter space. So let's get into it. Okay, so Big Brother 24, I have to say this has been a roller coaster ride of a season. It's been hard to watch at times, and it's been enjoyable to watch at times. I really have to say that probably the hardest part about this season has been the mistreatment of Taylor. And while it has gotten better with her inclusion in the Leftovers Alliance, I still feel like it's a long way to go. And today I want to talk about Nicole, or as I like to call her, Officer Angry, Officer A Chef Fab. I saw some people calling her Cop Chef. There's a whole bunch of different things that we could call her. All I want to call her is Evicted, though. I don't know if you guys saw the other day, but there was a tweet, not a tweet. There was a comment that she had made. Obviously, Taylor and Nicole are on the block. And for some reason, it seems like everyone in the game that's not in the Leftovers wants to blame anything bad that happens to them on Taylor. They want to roll their ankle, that's Taylor's fault. No one likes me, that's Taylor's fault. Oh, my life sucks, that's Taylor's fault. Anything that Taylor does is just gonna piss these people off. Daniel was mad that Taylor was walking around in her bikini yesterday. Probably mad as hell because he would never be able to get someone as beautiful as Taylor in his bed anytime soon. No matter what Taylor does, it seems like she just can't win with these house guests. And now Nicole is all bent out of shape because Taylor might stay over her, and she wants to blame Taylor. Last time I checked, Taylor does not have a vote to evict. So Nicole has said that if she gets evicted, they are going to have to walk her out in handcuffs because she's not going to be able to keep her hands off of Taylor. Now that comment, to me, is really disturbing. And there's been a couple of comments made this season that have been disturbing from the house guests that are not in the Leftovers Alliance. Even some of the Leftovers Alliance have made comments themselves that have made me uncomfortable. However, I'm noticing a pattern with the language that's used by house guests that are fitting in with this mob mentality. I remember back in Big Brother 19, all the times where they were trying to bait Mark and Cody into a physical altercation to get them eliminated or to trigger Cody's PTSD. I remember rapey rodeo clown Jason had said that he wanted to, trigger warning here, he said he wanted to tie up Kevin and rape his wife and make him watch him do it. And those are just some of the comments that stick out to me from recent memory. I'm sure if I were to go through all of the terrible things that were said in Big Brother's history from the past couple of seasons, I know I would be really disgusted. I remember Frankie Grande had said some shit about Victoria. And listen, I didn't like the way that Taylor was being talked about the first couple of weeks, the way that everyone was talking bad about her behind her back, the way that house guests made fun of her, isolated her. I always felt like Big Brother is a social experiment and the producers should interfere as little as possible. But I really was starting to worry for Taylor's mental health, as we've seen with previous seasons where these people are isolated by these big alliances. It leaves a big toll on them. Kemi has talked about it. Dominique has talked about it. So I always felt like they should have stepped in there. But I get it. If you wanted to stay out of it, whatever. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. But I can get past that. What I can't get past is it's in the rules directly when you go on Big Brother that you are not to physically harm any other house guest. In fact, we've seen people removed from the Big Brother house for physically harming other house guests. And it's disturbing to me that Nicole is able to make comments like this. And we saw Daniel also get very aggressive towards Taylor, screaming at her. And there were definitely things that we did not see. Because the way they talked about that incident, and an incident with Nicole during the right before the veto ceremony, made it sound like it was a lot worse. And I wouldn't be surprised if the actual altercation was a lot worse than what we saw on the television show. It was bad enough to where they had to cut the feeds. But it's disturbing to me that Nicole is allowed to make these comments with pretty much no repercussions. No one in the house is really calling her on it because it's all of her little minions that are hyping her up. And the only thing I can think of in my head is maybe they talked about it with her in the diary room, but I just think it's a load of shit. This is what I think Big Brother needs to do. Remember Big Brother Canada 8? Remember that flop season that had the quitter and the 2 people ejected, and then it just ended because of COVID? No one remembers that season, but I remember that season. There were multiple incidents where Kyle, who looked like he was homeless, and Jamar had talked about physically harming each other. In fact, both of them were removed from the game because of these incidents. At first, they just removed Jamar, which was a crock of shit because Kyle was completely gaslighting Jamar up until that point. And then after the fans had an outrage, Big Brother Canada checked themselves and they removed Kyle from the game because Jamar had made some comments about physically harming Kyle. I believe he had made comments about other house guests. I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. This was a couple years ago already, and that season was such shit. Who wants to remember that season? But Kyle was physically intimidating to other house guests and basically threatening other house guests physically that were against him in the game. And it was specifically getting really destructive between him and Jamar. Do you know what happened? They removed both of them from the house. Both of them were removed from the house. And they had a whole sit-down conversation with the entire house. The entire house. And my thing is, you know, a slap on the wrist in the diary room is not going to do anything to these house guests. We've seen season after season after season after season. They sit down with these house guests, they talk with them in the diary room, and then pretty much nothing changes. I wouldn't be surprised if the reason why Taylor's treatment in the house has gotten better has nothing to do with an epiphany from these house guests that all of a sudden they want to be better people, but more so has to do with hints from the diary room that the fans maybe are not too pleased with the way they were treating Taylor. I've met other house guests from Big Brother. I know that they get hints in the diary room. It's pretty obvious. They may not outright say, you know, the way that you're treating Taylor is not going to go over well with the fans, but they're going to give you a pretty good hint because no one changes their feelings about someone overnight. But they need to have a big conversation with everybody in the house because this problem isn't just rooted with Nicole or Officer Angry. This problem is rooted in groupthink. And Nicole is talking all this shit, sure, but I'm pretty sure I remember Indy saying something as well, something to the effect of, I want to throw hot soup in I'm not going to use the B word, but she said she wanted to throw hot soup in Taylor's face, which could hurt her. Yes, if she did that, that would give her burns, absolutely, depending on how hot the soup is. So and then you've got big old Miss Butterbean over there hyping everyone up that says anything negative about Taylor. So there needs to just be a big conversation with everybody in the house where they address this, because if they just keep on, you know, letting shit slide or maybe having just a one-on-one conversation with Nicole in the diary room, nothing's gonna change, because I guarantee you, once Nicole's out of the game, Daniel's just going to get even more aggressive. And they really need to do a better job at screening these house guests. Honestly, truly. The fact that someone like Daniel and Nicole, who have awful anger issues, terrible anger issues, and think as emotionally and irrationally as they do, is not people that you need to be putting in the game. listen, we love messy people. We love people that are all about the fighting, all the drama shit. We were just talking about Keisha's birthday the other day and celebrating it. That's one of the most iconic moments of BB history. You got big old Jerry going, I'm tired of your shit. You're going home. Ah, like we live for moments like that. But what we don't live for is people like, what was that guy's name from Big Brother season 2? Maniacs like that, or what was Russell Hance's nephew? Russell Hance's nephew or cousin or fifth cousin twice removed, or dog's neighbor, whoever. He was on season 14 and he headbutted one of the other house guests. Like, we don't need that in the house. I even remember there was a guy in season 4 that had to be removed because after his ex-girlfriend had slept with one of the other guys in the house, he was threatening that guy as well, so he had to be removed. I forgot what his name was. I think his name was Scott, something like that. He went home the first week, so. But people like that should just not be in Big Brother. Big Brother is going to be a taxing experience for anybody that goes on it, right? You're stuck in a house for, 90 days if you're lucky. At minimum, you're going to be stuck in there for 2 weeks. And I don't think people really realize how taxing 2 weeks alone can be on someone inside of a house. And people act irrationally when they're heightened up in adrenaline. It's going to make someone even crazier than they only are, and definitely going to bring out the worst in someone. And this is not me defending anyone in any way. I think the Big Brother house actually shows who you truly are. Just like how when people act stupid when they're drunk, I don't give them a pass, because when you're drunk, you just don't hide that part of yourself. You don't have a filter anymore. So my point is that they really need to do a better job at weeding out people like Officer Angry and Knockoff Elvis and Miss Butterbean, and they need to stop casting these people. And I said this when I was in another Twitter space with Kamisha Reviews. If you don't know who Kamisha Reviews is, follow her. She's amazing. I love her. She has great commentary. Definitely would recommend Kamisha Reviews. I believe she does YouTube as well. I think that every single house guest that makes it to the final, and usually when they're down to the final stages of Big Brother casting and Survivor casting and all that stuff, they usually have about, there's 16 people on the season, so they have about 2 to 3 alternates for each house guest spot. So there's 16 people in the game. What's 16 times 2? 32? Add in another 16, about 42. I might have done the math wrong. Don't get I'm not a math genius, but you're gonna have about 40 people, right? This is not a small production company. You know, this is not season 1 of RuPaul's Drag Race where you have the whatchamacallit, you have the shitty filter over it and you're filming inside of a basement at WoW Presents, production company. You're CBS. You have millions and millions of dollars to back up whatever production you're doing, and Big Brother is almost always at the top of the ratings list for the summer, so it's going to bring you in a lot of money. You have the budget to properly screen these people, and I've always felt like the people that go on Big Brother should have to go through a social experiment of their own. Before they're put into the real deal, there should be a trial run. Put them in, I don't know, you already locked them in a hotel for sequester for like the 2-3 weeks leading up to the game, right? You already have to test them for COVID and whatever you're doing with them. I feel like you should take each house guest, put out a ad on Craigslist, or take some of the production assistants or whatever. Just find a group of people that are completely different from each other. Have someone gay in there. Have someone Muslim in there, have someone black in there, have all these different types of people in this social experiment, and throw each house guest into their own experiment. Give them like 6 or 7 people to work with and force them to stay in a room with these people for like 5 hours and have a secret camera in there that they can't see. Don't tell anybody that this person's going on Big Brother. Tell them they're not allowed to talk to anyone in there about going on Big Brother, and just see how they interact with people. And you'll quickly see who they talk to, who they don't talk to, who they talk shit about, how they act under pressure. It's really not that difficult. College kids do this shit all the time for their psych degrees. So I really feel like they need to start doing stuff like that before they put these people in a house on national television for at minimum a month, 2 months, 3 months, however long they're going to be in there. You need to know what you're dealing with before you throw it in there. You have enough money. You've been doing this for enough years. Why are there still issues? I feel like shit should have started changing after season 15. If y'all were not here for the feeds back in season 15, the show didn't even encompass anywhere near how bad that season was. And that's why when I see people saying, oh, it was actually a great season if you ignore all the stuff people said, hell no. What's entertaining about watching 2 to 3 people being isolated and talk shit about and having slurs being talked about? That, like, what's entertaining about that? But they did nothing about it. In fact, they just made it worse and put even crazier people in there. We talk about season 16, and everyone talks about how great that season was. Did everyone forget about how Caleb stalked and harassed Amber for however long she was in the house? Did everyone forget about how they made fun of Victoria when she had a family member that died and talked about raping her and thinking it was funny? Like, there's so many instances of horse shit that has gone on in each respective season of Big Brother. I'm not gonna say since 15 because there's always been fucked up shit that's happened in Big Brother, but it seemed to have taken a new, it's taken a new form where now you have a gang of people that will gang up on individuals and just say horrendous things about them. The only difference is that this season it looks like, I guess you could say, the quote unquote good people are actually taking the lead for once, and the shitty people are actually being sent home. That's the only difference you could say about this season from the other seasons. But there needs to be a precedent set. Because if you allow someone like Nicole and knock off Elvis and Miss Butterbean and Miss Brazil and stalker chick Alyssa, if you allow these people to stay in the game and just continuously say these awful things, and I know that Alyssa and Butterbean have not said said horrible things about Taylor, at least compared to Nicole and I forgot his name, Daniel. I know that what they've said hasn't been as bad in comparison, but we need to hold everyone responsible, because even if you yourself are not saying something bad, you're still contributing to it by allowing them to say it without any, that's not cool. That's not right to say. You shouldn't say that. Like, even just a little nip. Like, I've definitely had moments where when I was in high school, I had friends that were saying some really weird shit, and I'd have to be like, no, you should not be saying that. You know what I'm saying? And these are full-grown adults. So the fact that they're just letting these people say this horrible shit, I hold them equally responsible. Abso-fucking-lutely. When Alyssa's out the house, when Indy's out the house, when Butterbean's out the house, they have to answer the same questions that Daniel and Nicole and Amira and Pooch and all those, and Paloma and all those bitches had to say. Abso-fucking-lutely. And speaking of Paloma, can we talk about her real quick? I don't know if y'all saw the TikTok. I don't know how Twitter Spaces work, and I don't know if anyone in the space can share a tweet, but if you can share the tweet, can someone find the video of Paloma where she's talking about how she was bullied by Taylor? Yes, she is claiming that she, Paloma, was bullied by Taylor, and the only examples that she can give are when she was in the shower, Taylor said that she looked ugly, and that when she dropped a piece of pineapple, Taylor had made fun of her or something like that. Well, I remember those two incidents, and that is not how it went at all. Like, that is not how it went in the slightest. And listen, even if it did, let's say in a bizarre universe that Paloma is correct and that Taylor maliciously made fun of her for dropping a piece of pineapple or for having an ugly face in the shower. Let's just say, for shits and giggles, she's right. Okay, does that give you and the rest of your goons the right to gang up on Taylor for the remainder of the season? We have someone that's requesting to speak. I'll add you in as a speaker. Sure. 1 second.
Oh, I just wanted to put the tweet in the Jumbotron for you.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. But where was I at? What was I saying? Oh, so let's say for example that Taylor really did do this. It doesn't give a right for Paloma and the rest of her little alliance to go ahead and isolate her and talk shit about her and make fun of her and say all these awful things about her for weeks. And I'm the type of person that goes off of a pattern of behavior. And when she said that Taylor was a bully, I think we really need to dissect what. Oh, okay. So this is the tweet that was put up. So I'm actually gonna play it for my YouTube audience, and I'm also gonna play it for the people in here. Let me quickly change my audio to my speaker. Let me do that real quick. Your truth is not always the truth. In fact, most of the time, it's far from it. I always believe that there's your truth, her truth, your truth, my truth, and then the truth. And Paloma is all bent out of shape. Okay, this is my first issue with the video. Any person that goes on Big Brother cannot, in their right minds, claim that the show edited me wrong. You can't be like RuPaul and blame it on the edit. You can't do that. Because Big Brother captures every fucking thing you do. In the words of Taylor St. Laurent, life is like a boomerang, and when you throw it, it eventually comes back. And unfortunately for Paloma and the rest of her squad and every person that's been on Big Brother, you don't have the luxury of the show editing out your shitty behavior. In fact, you should be thanking the show because the show didn't include half of the shit that you guys did in that house. It's actually made me question Survivor a lot because Survivor, we only see about 40 minutes of what actually happens on the beach. And then I don't know if you guys saw Julia, who was on, what was she on? She was on Edge of Extinction, and she talked about how Joe Anglem had said the N-word and said all this problematic shit. Obviously, none of that made the show, and it really makes you think what kind of stuff has gone on behind the scenes that we haven't seen. But see, we don't have that issue with Big Brother. Because on Big Brother, we see every fucking thing you people do. And yes, there are going to be things that we miss because the cameras only show us stuff from, what is it, like 4 rooms at a time? Most of the time it's only 2 rooms because they give us like different angles for the rooms. Sometimes there's 4 rooms, but we get a pretty good gist of what happens in the game. So you can't say that you were edited or portrayed wrongly Uh, like, that just kills me that she really had the balls to come on TikTok and make a statement saying that show edited me wrong. Because didn't Cooch say that too? I'm pretty sure Coochie did the same thing. So it just pisses me off. And then for her to say that, oh, when I'm bullied, you retaliate. It would be different if this was a tit for tat situation and, you know, Taylor was saying horrible things to Paloma and then Paloma was saying them back at her. You know, that's different. I mean, first thing that comes to mind is, you polyestered hair bitch. You sleep with men for Bo and Janelle's fight. But it just pisses me off so much. Like, Paloma, like, all she should have done is she should have came on TikTok and said, look, I was not my best self when I was in that house. I said some things that were wrong. I ended up making up with Taylor when we went, even though none of us saw that shit. I don't know what she's talking about where she made up with Taylor. I'd like to see that clip. If someone has that clip, please send that shit to me, because I do not recall any instance where those two were making up. Could be wrong, but whatever. But then for her to say, oh, my thing had nothing to do with race. And it's just like, well, you don't know that. That may have not been your intent, but you do not know that. At the end of the day, all of us are human beings, and we live in a society where we are brought up to have different biases. We all would love to ignore that fact. We all have biases, and it's up to us to curb those biases and control those biases and be able to recognize when we are being biased against bias or prejudice to other people. You can't say that you didn't have any sort of bias and race or gender or any of that stuff did not come into play for the stuff you were saying about Taylor. You just can't, because you don't know. You don't know. It could be subconscious and you may not even realize it. Instead of going on and saying that, oh, that absolutely had nothing to do with it, maybe take a reflection and you, like, look in the mirror and look at maybe your past history. Maybe there's a history of you saying stuff like this to people that look like Taylor. It's not a coincidence that we've seen season after season after season. It is always the darker skinned black woman in the game that gets isolated and bullied in the house. It's not a coincidence. You can't say it's a coincidence. It happened to Dominique. It happened to Kemi. It happened to Candace. It season after season, it continuously happens. So Paloma should have just, like, kept her mouth shut. She should have just stayed off of social media. That was one thing that I had to give credit to. See, I can't even remember them off the top of my head. You know, I would say Raven. I will give credit to Raven. When Raven from Big Brother 19 got out that house, the first thing that she did was get off of social media. She stayed away from social media because she was saying and doing a lot of dumbass shit. And, you know, I can respect that. You know, you went on national television and made an ass out of yourself, and you went back to hiding in the crypt that you came from. And that's what Paloma should have done. She should have just went off. What does she do? Sell swimsuits? Or am I thinking of Alyssa? I don't know. But you should have just went off social media, shut the hell up, and went back into irrelevance where you belong. Because Big Brother's not for you. This is a losing argument right here. And you know how I know she lost? She removed the TikTok. See, you already lost. You just admitted you lost because you removed the TikTok. You couldn't even keep the TikTok up for 24 hours. That's how you know that she knows she lost. So Paloma is a joke. And then you've got a Cooch that was trying to do the same thing. Like, bruh, come on now. So Paloma's a joke, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what Miss Nicole is going to say when she's out of the house. And I saw people tweeting out, oh, they need to keep Alyssa, they need to get rid of Alyssa. Oh shit, hold on. People in the audience do not have sound. My YouTube people, do you guys not have sound? I think my YouTube do not have sound. I'm gonna quickly fix my audio for my YouTube people. So give me a quick second. I'm gonna just do that for y'all. I apologize. I was focusing on my Twitter people. Let me do... Oh, I know what I'll do. Okay. Properties. Okay, now it should work for you guys. My YouTube people, just give me a thumbs up if it is giving you audio now. Anyways. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, Daniel and Nicole. Okay, I am really curious what Daniel and Nicole are going to say when they're out of that house. Because they are not going to have excuses. The things that Daniel and Nicole have said and done in the game have just been so disgusting. Oh, I know what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that I saw someone tweet that Alyssa going is the better strategy. So you know what I tweeted? I tweeted, I don't really fucking care what the strategy is. I want Nicole to go home. And that's kind of where I'm at. I don't really care what the strategy is. Is sending home Alyssa the better strategy? Probably is. No tea, no shade, no pink lemonade. Even though Nicole is better at competitions, Alyssa is more likely to break up the alliance, in my opinion, just because she's more likable, and she has better connections with people within that alliance. However, I don't give a fuck. Nope. Nope. Send Nicole home. I don't want Nicole and Daniel in jury. I don't think that they deserve to be in jury. You want to know why I don't think they deserve to be in jury? Because they're going to sit in there for 2-3 months and think to themselves, you know what, I really did that. I really did that. I was the shit. I was right. Taylor was just a really bad person. Nope. I want you to get your ass out. I want you to go back on the unemployment line, because I guarantee you no one's going to be booking your whack-ass Elvis performances anymore after this. And I really want you to see everything that you did and reflect on that, so that when we go back to the finale, which, by the way, they need to start doing a reunion. Why is there no reunion for Big Brother? It really gets me so mad that these house guests can talk all this bullshit for 3 months and then get away scot-free. Yes, they may get a segment from Julie at the finale reading them for like a minute. Nope, I want an hour-long segment where we just read these motherfuckers and talk about all the shit that they did and all the shit that they said, and let America see it. Because a lot of this stuff on the feeds, millions of people do not see. I think millions of people need to see what they've been saying and doing behind the scenes. And I don't really care if it fucks up. I don't really care if it fucks up their job. I don't really care if it fucks up anything that they do. Listen, I'm a firm believer that fans should not get involved with people's workspace. Like, I remember when Turner's sister had wrote all that shit about him in the beginning. Everyone was trying to write bad tweets under his business or whatever, and I was like, no, I feel like we need to wait for the season to come out and then we can judge. But I feel like what they're actually doing, their actions, should be available for their bosses to see. That I agree with all day, every day. I agree with the fact that that these bosses and these people's spouses should be able to see all the bullshit that they're doing behind the scenes. The good, the bad, the ugly, all of it should be aired out. No one should get a free pass. And that's what bothers me, is that Big Brother seems to always try to sweep under the rug what the problematic people in the house do. It's so weird to me. I don't know why they do that. Because I know in the older seasons they did not do that. So why? Are you trying to sell your house guests to go on to do bigger and better things? I guess that they want them to do the challenge now, so maybe that must be it. Still, we need to see all of it. So I'm making a petition right here, right now. There needs to be a reunion for Big Brother 24. And moving forward, they need to do it. If you have to do it through Zoom, do it through Zoom. If you have to, do it in the studio immediately afterwards, do it that way. But we need more than just a 10-minute segment from Julie. Because I still remember when they were confronting everyone about what had happened with Kemi. It was like such a throwaway. Because how were you going to say, oh, Nick, Jack, Jackson, and Christy, you guys said terrible things about Kemi. Are you guys going to apologize to her? And they're just like, well, sorry, I don't really know what I said, but I apologize to you. It's like, of course they're not going to fucking apologize to her. They just spent like a month in the game. Obviously, either they have drowned out what they were going to say, or they're going to lie about what they did not say. There should be clips set up. There should be a whole segment ready to sit down with these people and be like, why did you say that? How do you feel now? Have you grown? Etc., etc., etc. Because you got to remember too, there's going to be some people that tune in halfway through the season. Not everyone is going to be there from the jump, watching the feeds, checking all that shit out. So I'm a firm believer that they need to do what Julie did to Aaron Grease, where she has her little notes, reading off quotes from these people or showing videos. If you don't like that, too bad, so sad. But it just bothers me so much because Big Brother is really an amazing concept. It is. And I really love the show. I mean, shit, we all must love the show in our own weird way. I feel like Big Brother is kind of like being in an abusive relationship because season after season we have to be torn down and and like fucked up with how terrible the show is, but then we always seem to keep coming back. It's like we have Stockholm syndrome and we never want to leave it. Big Brother could just be so good. It could be so fucking good, but they make weird choices. They put weird people on the show. They put people in that don't even know what they're doing. Ugh. It's just wild. It's just wild. I want to open up a segment. I saw Carson. Hey, Carson. Carson, I'm going to respond to you on Instagram after I'm done with this live. But he said replace the flashback episode with the reunion episode. I agree with that. Because so many I know that they have to have a specific amount of episodes. So how about instead of having that wasteful flashback episode where nothing fucking happens, put a reunion episode in there. So I'm going to open up the space now for people that want to maybe ask a question or open up a topic. So if you wanted to speak in the space, just send a request and then put your hands up, and then we can talk on the live. Before I continue, Astro Meme Queen, was there anything that you wanted to add to the conversation?
Oh, I don't really have much to really add. I was just trying to put this stuff in the Jumbotron, really.
I appreciate you. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so we have a request from Ryan Case and Mitz. So I'm just going to go for the first person to raise their hand. So I believe Ryan had their hand raised first. So Ryan, if you wanted to say something, you have the floor. Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, I just saw the Twitter space title. Did something happen new, or is it just the typical awful stuff that's already happening?
So, I don't know if you saw this, but there was an update where after they had gotten put on the block, I believe, I don't know if someone has the exact tweet, but Nicole had basically said they're going to have to carry her out in handcuffs because she's going to attack Taylor. So if someone has the specific update and could put it on the Jumbotron, I'd appreciate that, but that's basically what happened. So do you have thoughts on that?
I'm speechless that this keeps happening. I don't know why. I mean, I understand why they don't step in, but enough's enough. This is just too crazy. 4 days cannot go by fast enough. This is nuts. I'm gonna let others speak, but I'm just speechless. This is awful.
It's terrible, and it just happens season after season, and that's my real issue with it. But thank you, Ryan. Okay, so I saw Frankie had his hand raised next. So I added a couple of people to the audience, so just put your hands up, and then I'll put you up. So after Frankie, it'll be Razzling Killy. So Frankie, you have the floor.
Hey, first of all, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
I just want Nicole out. Forget about the eviction. Just expel her, because this isn't the first time that she has threatened somebody. She's been doing it, and I don't understand why production is not doing anything about it. Well, I heard that the production gave Nicole a warning, but still, Nicole is still acting a fool. She's still threatening people. So just forget about the eviction. No, just expel her ass so we could continue with the game. And that's it.
Yeah, Frankie, this has been a pattern of behavior from her. And that's my biggest problem, is that she's been saying and doing this stuff for weeks in the game, and there's just nothing being done about it. And it's unfortunate. It it's hard because I really want to see her ass get expelled. I think it would be so embarrassing and really funny to see her go, especially since she feels like I mean, she's literally been saying on the feeds that she's one of the good people in the game and that America's gonna see it and blah blah blah. So how good would it be to see her ass getting hauled out, literally in handcuffs, for threatening to assault someone in the game? I think that would be justice, but it's going to be so juicy and so delicious to watch her sit on that block next to Taylor to give her speech, and then watch Nicole get dragged out. But I just really hope that Nicole doesn't act on adrenaline and hurt Taylor. I feel like they need to have a production member there at the eviction to make sure nothing happens. Like, I know they've never done it before. That has to happen. Okay, so we have wrestling queued up. So wrestling, if you wanted to go, you have the floor.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes, Ryan, can you just mute because we can hear audio from you. Okay, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So I was liking to mention that you had mentioned about the Nicole handcuffs comment. So that came from actually a bootleg page on the BB Updates. BB Updates had actually just recently came out and said that was a fake page, but the actual threat that Nicole had commented was toward Brittany, actually, not towards Taylor, or at least this time, when Nicole had said that she was going to ask Brittany up. That was the recent threat comment, but the BB Updates fake account had switched it, and that's the one that everybody had saw instead of the actual threat comment.
Oh, okay, so she was saying... Okay, so she didn't say that about... Okay, so that was fake.
Yes. What Nicole had actually said, she said to Jasmine had said, Brittany is definitely picking up the vibes. And Nicole had came back and said, I'm going to F her up. And that was the violent comment that she had made towards Brittany, not Taylor.
Someone in the audience is saying that they heard it. That they heard Nicole say that. But listen, I wouldn't be too surprised. That's another problem I have with Big Brother Twitter, is that it's so easy for misinformation to come through. But that still is really concerning that they're talking about like harming Brittany. Like, they still need to, whether it's about Taylor or Brittany, they still need to like nip that in the butt, because that's not okay to be
Correct.
like. But thank you for clarifying that. I actually had no idea about that.
Yes, it was kind of confusing because a lot of stuff was coming out at the same time, so
Yeah.
it could have got misconstrued. But if I'm correct, then that's what was being said. But if someone else has something else, then they can correct me. But that's just what I've been seeing recently. That just wasn't announced.
I saw Soap Opera. I think that's their name. Yeah, Soap Opera raised their hand next. So Soap Opera, you have the floor.
I just think that if Big Brother show more of who these people are instead of editing down the show to show like a cookie cutter thing, I think that a lot of this could be solved, because if we saw how when they showed the tiny bit of what was going on with the dog pile with the Taylor situation and how much of an uproar that was, imagine if they were showing the full extent and been showing this without like social media backlash or any of that. You know how much it took for them to actually show that. If Turner wasn't going to say anything in his speech, I truly don't believe that they would have shown it, let alone the backlash that they were getting. And they still cut feeds when they say certain things. And I mean, yes, they cut feeds normally, but like these kind of behaviors is behaviors that needs to be like called out, like, and not just on Twitter, because everybody is not watching Twitter and everybody is not watching live feed. You're showing a show to an audience of all different people. You need to show these people's behaviors, and then when they do come for eviction, they need to hold them accountable. Like, why wasn't Julie holding Amira accountable even last week? Oh, you have defended Taylor.
That's right. That's right.
She doesn't defend her. She was
She doesn't.
dogpiling along with everybody else and one of the ringleader along with everyone else. And then the comment with Brittany, I did see, the last speaker is correct. I did see that was the fake update account, but regardless, it was still a threat against other people. She has threatened Taylor before, now she's threatening Brittany. And even the stuff that Indy says about Brittany, she flies under the radar. The things that she says, like, she has threatened to punch. I think it was Brittany in the face. I don't think it was Taylor.
She
but
did.
Regardless,
yeah.
These are problematic behaviors that is not being shown. You're showing this cookie cutter show. We don't want to see that romance with Kyle. We don't really care. It's not the first time we see this romance. Like, show the real things so the audience can get a clear understanding of what's going on instead of this rush put together thing that they did for the whole bullying. Like, show it consistently so the audience could really see this is why this alliance is formed. This is why it's so important. And then I think the show would actually do a lot better. Like,
I agree with her.
Be so much outrage.
She's right.
People would feel like Life Eaters is getting what they're seeing. The audience is getting what they're seeing. So I think it would be a different Big Brother, but they have to be willing to go in that direction in order to hold people accountable so these behaviors don't continue, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. I think you laid it out perfectly, Soap Opera. It's actually really a shame that they don't emphasize the importance of the feeds more on the show. I feel like there's so much more they could do to get people involved with the feeds. Like, I remember with Big Brother Over the Top, for example, you had live diary room sessions. They should be doing that. Why are you not doing that? Like, shit, let the fans ask questions. Like, obviously you can't ask questions that are going to expose people's games or anything, but it would be so easy for, so-and-so from Twitter asked, what's your favorite color? I don't know. But they really need to be showing what is going on in that house. And for me, the way I'm thinking isn't even about just the people today, people in 2022. I'm thinking about the people that are going to watch this season back in 2030, 2025, 2026. They're going to watch this season back, and they're not going to, search through the old feed updates from Twitter from 2022. They're going to just watch the episode and be like, Paloma was jealous of Taylor because of whatever, and that's just all it was. They're not going to see that there was day in and day out dogpiling on this woman. They're not going to see that Nicole threatened to punch Brittany in the face, or that Indy threatened to throw hot soup in... Was it Brittany or was it Taylor? It was one of those. So I completely and wholeheartedly agree with you.
It was Taylor.
It was Taylor. I completely and wholeheartedly agree with you that they need to be putting more of this shit on the feeds, not just for today's audience, but for tomorrow's audience as well. Because I don't know if some of you know this, but back in Big Brother 6, the Friendship Alliance, they thought there was no cameras in the HOH room, and they were making so many anti-Semitic comments. And obviously, I didn't know this watching Big Brother 6 back, but as a Jewish person, kind of fucked me up and obviously made me not want to ever... Because, listen, I respected the hell out of Maggie when I didn't know that she had said stuff like that. So they really need to be showing what these people are doing so that audiences down the line, don't get painted a different picture of what these people actually are like. I see Frankie has their hand raised next. So, Frankie, you have the floor once again.
Another thing I was going to say, when Turner did that veto ceremony speech, I was like, okay, if Turner did the veto speech, then how come we're not seeing more of what these people did? Like, how come CBS is not showing more of what the house guests had did to Taylor? And another thing, I've been saying that Big Brother needs to have a reunion because while for Julie just call them out for just like 1 or 2 minutes, it's not enough. Like, we actually need like a reunion. Like, and I was thinking, because I was talking about there's this one show called The Real Housewives of Atlanta, and how they would do like a reunion. And then one of the castmates got caught in a lie, and then she got dragged for making up a lie about another person. I was thinking that Big Brother needs to do the same thing, where Julie Chen would just read the problematic of what these house guests had did.
Yes.
And then have the house guests try to take accountability, but I don't think most of them will. But that's I was hoping, but I just want a reunion so that these assholes can be exposed for what they did.
I agree with you. I don't know if any of you have seen Big Brother UK, Celebrity Big Brother, but I remember they would show them tweets from people on the outside and how they felt about people in the house. And obviously they are never going to do that just because they want as little outside influence in the game as possible. But how delicious would it be to have update, Nicole, none of us like you, you're awful, we stand Taylor all day, every day. Well, actually, I'm going to take that back because that would just make them more jealous of Taylor. I'm going to take that back. Never mind. But there's just so many moments in the house where I'm like, I wish these people knew how we really felt about them, because they sit in there so cocky and so arrogant, and it gives them this gall to just say and do whatever the fuck they want to do. But that's why a reunion is absolutely necessary, because these people that make it to the jury and never get confronted with the things they did or said, they get to just leave scot-free, and it's really not fair. And I want to touch back on a topic that Soap Opera had mentioned, to where we don't need to be wasting our time with segments on Kyle and Alyssa's little showmance. Like, no one really gives a fuck about that. Like, they could have easily edited together a little compilation reel of all of the things that were being said about Taylor behind her back, especially with Turner's speech. And that's really what's surprising now that I think about it. Why, like, you have a perfect opportunity to tie in all of the stuff that was being said. You can even put this happened on day 2, this happened on day 4, day whatever, and tie it into why Turner said that. Because now the audience at home is going to be like, why is Turner defending her so hard? It might make sense to us, but it's not going to make sense to the audience. The editing team really needs to step their game up, but I'm going to pass it over to my girl, Layla. So, Layla, you have the floor, my love.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How you doing? Are you doing good? I haven't seen you in a minute.
I don't know if, like, I don't know if this is, like, playing, so I'm just gonna talk. So, personally, I just think we all kind of need to realize that, like, CBS does not care about this show anymore.
That's true.
Like, they really don't. From, like, everything, from the editing, from the comps, from just the way that they portray this show as, like, some ridiculous, like, little summer camp thing. Like, they do not care about the original fans. They don't care about the legacy. They don't care at all. So I'm not surprised that they're not showing anything that happened with Taylor, because they barely showed anything that happened with Kenny. They didn't show anything that happened with Dominique. Like,
That's true.
I do not think
That's true.
that this show is going to get any better at all.
Yeah.
Until, like, you completely completely, like, replace all of production. Like,
That's true.
Almost everyone needs to go. Allison, she needs to go.
Yup.
The people under her need to
all
go.
Of them.
The people making, like, all these ridiculous decisions, like, they all need to go. Because, like even the whole, like, new casting thing, like, yeah, we got 50% POC, and half of them are raccoon word. So it's like, I feel like until you reach the head of the problem, nothing is going to change. And I honestly can't see that ever really happening, because I don't see another network picking this show up, and I don't see CBS getting rid of it, because it's such a good, like, ratings.
Yeah.
Like, it pulls in a lot of ratings for the summer, because at least, you know, it's something consistent to watch. So
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Layla. It's true. They're not gonna. There's definitely, you can tell if you watch back an old season. You don't even need to go that far. But I would say the tone of the show, just like Survivor, has really changed from how it was even 10 years ago compared to how it is today. And it really does feel like, this is how I feel. I think after season 15, if y'all weren't here for 15, that made headlines. That was on TMZ. That was on major news networks. Like, that was covered all over. That's why so many people from that season lost their jobs. Aaron lost her job. Gina Marie lost her job. Andy lost his job. Because it was covered nationwide. And I feel like after that season, they really were trying to rebrand themselves as a family-friendly show that you and the kids can watch, because they wanted to wipe away what happened on that season. And I think that's why now we have that aesthetic of, this is the summer camp, place for showmances and all that bullshit. And it's sad because it seems like the fandom has more love and respect for this show than the people who make it do. And that's a problem. That's why I really have respect for Big Brother Canada, because when I watch that show, I can tell the people making it love what they're making. They have respect for what they're making. And it's such a shame that Big Brother US is the one that brings in the money, that never is threatened under cancellation. I mean, we had to make a petition to keep Big Brother Canada on the air. And I feel like they made a good step getting rid of Robin Cass. But I don't feel like, it's enough. And you made a good point about how now they have this mandate for the casting. But you need to, it's like, I don't feel like, I feel like there's a major problem with your casting team if you needed to put that mandate in place. You should have been casting 50% BIPOC before that rule was even in place. There's something wrong with you if you're casting almost entirely white people that come from the same Texas A&M college, that have the same ideals, that have the same personality, the same looks. Like, you just are not a good casting director, period. Like, let alone you're setting up the few BIPOC contestants you put on the show to suffer racism, let alone that. But there's just a real problem with the production team as a whole, and this may fuck up my chances with ever going on TV. I don't care. They need to fix it. They made a good step getting rid of Robin Cass and putting Justin Tana, but actually, did they though? Because we got one good season, now we're back to shit. I really felt like this cast, I felt like BB23 was a breath of fresh air and was like, okay, we're doing something different. We're going in a new direction. Big Brother is changing. It's not going to be the same bullshit that we got seasons ago. But it felt like this season was just a major step back. Even though they've kind of changed their tune on how they treated Taylor, it still feels like a major step back. I'm not going to forget all the stuff they said and did in the beginning. Just because they had the common sense to question it doesn't change the fact that they went along with it in the beginning. But they really need to remember what made Big Brother Big Brother, and what made Big Brother blow up the way that it did. It was a social experiment where you put people together from different walks of life and saw how they interacted with each other. I mean, and listen, I love gameplay. I really do love gameplay. But it kind of feels like the show is reaching a new formula, a tired formula, where it's kind of just like, okay, well, this episode we're going to talk about what's best for my game and what's worst for my game and blah, 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 blah. And, like, we don't even get to really know these people on a level. I mean, I don't really want to get to know most of the people in that house. But, like, I remember Big Brother Season 2, when they put on Bunky and the guy that died. I don't remember his name, but he actually passed away. And he was this holy roller, religious freak. He thought, if you were gay, you were going to hell, all this stuff. And then he met Bunky, and it kind of changed his perspective a little bit. And, it put the test of what a social experiment is. You put someone from a completely different walk of life that would never interact with someone like this, and you saw how they interacted with each other. And they ended up becoming really good friends. And it's just today you got a bunch of, like, 20-somethings that are just gonna get really horny, like Alyssa and Kyle are, and, like, just gang up on people because it's the easy thing to do to get their stipend. I don't know, but I see Morgan has requested to speak, so I'm gonna let Morgan in. I also told the people in the YouTube comments section if they have any questions to throw them out. So Morgan, if you wanted to say something, you have the floor.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the way these women like to say that somehow Taylor's bullying them and that's why they're justified to hate on her, I've not heard one mean thing come out of Taylor's mouth. And if so, like, they took it out of context. But I just posted in the Jumbotron, they say this stuff, no hesitation, no regret, full-chested, and they want to call Taylor a bully. But they make fun of other people's looks, call them sluts. You know, Nicole did that to Taylor.
Oh,
and it's
wow.
like, I can't believe it. And I remember, I think it was last week, Daniel called Indy ugly. And I was like, how are y'all commenting on others' appearances and then saying that Taylor's a bully? But all you do is spit vitriol every single time you're in a room together and then do it behind each other's backs the second they leave the room. So I really don't understand how these grown adults are spewing this type of stuff, but they're going to spin it on Taylor and say that the reason that they constantly talk about her in a very negative way is because Taylor did stuff to them the first week when she didn't. So, yeah, I posted it in the Jumbotron. It's Indy saying that Britney has an ugly face and ugly energy, which is just
awful.
Who says that?
Losers. Losers say that, and these people are losers, and that's what it is. That's really what it comes down to, is Big Brother is casting losers. And that's one thing I gotta give credit to Survivor, is they weed out the losers. They don't cast losers on their show. And, I mean, okay, let's go down the list of what these people do for a living, okay? You got Daniel, who's talking about Indy's looks. Meanwhile, he looks homeless. His hair is crunchy. It's so bad that he needs to wear a wig whenever he performs as Elvis. And he wants to talk about people's looks? Okay. That's all he does. He does a show on Friday for an audience of 12 and for bachelorette parties, and dresses up as a bad drag, a booger in drag as Elvis. Okay, so we have that. Then you've got Nicole, who listen, if you're a cop, it's going to offend you. I don't really care. I give a side eye to anyone that becomes a cop, because a lot of the people that end up as cops have a power complex and they feel a need to be empowered. That's why they want to be officers. I've met so many officers in my time. I work at a county where there's officers, and they feel so big and bold when they have the gun and the pepper spray around their belt like they're fucking Batman with the utility belt. So I give a side eye to anyone with that. And now she's a chef? Who does she chef for? I haven't heard her 1 second talk about what she actually does as a chef. And everyone in the house has basically said her cooking is shit. Then you got Terrence. I'm not going to let Terrence off the hook. Terrence is a bus operator and DJ by night. Okay. Wow. I'm impressed. Then you've got Monty. He's a personal trainer. Okay, what clients do you have? Are they high-end? Turner owns a thrift shop. Next. Kyle, unemployed. Okay. Jasmine, an entrepreneur. When has she even talked about what business she runs? Does she even run a business, or does she just make jewelry out of her garage? That's my question. So a lot of these people are just losers, and they're in the game, and they're sad with their life. And then you've got Taylor. Taylor is a model who's she was in Miss America, correct? She's a pageant queen, stunning, beautiful, won Miss Congeniality. In my opinion, Taylor, for me, I said Azah was the most beautiful person, male or female, that ever walked into the Big Brother house. I would say it's between Taylor and Azah for me. Beauty is always subjective, but to me, she is top 2 most beautiful people to walk in that house, period, objectively. And I feel like that's why these people were so caught off guard by her, because she's successful, she's beautiful, has a great personality, and they have none of those 3 things. So these people are just losers. Big Brother needs to stop casting losers on their show. My girl Keisha is here. I'm going to add her as a speaker. Hi, Keisha. What's up, girl?
Hey, boo.
Oh my gosh. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just listening. Oh, so I just have a couple things to say. So these people look like they sound stupid. Okay? Stupid. And at the end of the day, they're going to cry and whine and say, you don't understand how it feels to be in the house and how stressful and blah, blah, blah. You are who you are, and you say what you say. So if the cameras weren't rolling, this is what you would be saying.
Absolutely.
Out in the streets, out in your real life.
Absolutely.
So don't give me that bull crap about, oh, I was stressed and you don't understand the pressure, blah, blah, blah. That is who you are. That is how you speak, and that is how you act. You should be disgusted and embarrassed by yourselves. All of them.
Agreed, 100%. I was saying this earlier, that I feel like stress reveals who you are. It doesn't show a different side of you. It shows the real you. And all those people in that house, no matter how many cameras there are, whatever, you're not going to always remember that there's cameras in that house. That's who you are. Period. And I completely agree with you, Keisha. We got to see what these people are really like. And again, that's why when we were in the preseason and people were trying to theorize who the bad people were and blah, 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 I always said, just wait for the show to come on and we'll see who I saw people trying to stand Daniel before the show even started. I was like, I don't know why any of you are doing that. But here we go.
But there's the reason why they only put the cast out the day before.
That's right.
Because they knew that this was about to be a shit show, and they wanted to be able to slide it in there and be like, oh, sorry, we didn't realize. They knew exactly what they were doing. And they did it anyways, because why? They don't care. For them, it makes for a good show, but do they really care about the fans who devote their summers to the show because they love it so much? They don't. They just care about making sure that their pockets get fat and that they can put on whatever bullcrap they want to put on. They can edit it down to make it look the way they want it to look and not show the reality of it. But then why do you push the live feed so much? Oh, because you want everyone's $5? Oh, watch the live feeds. You can watch it 24/7. Okay, so then when the live feeders become an uproar, you still don't do anything about it.
Yeah, they don't give a... It's so weird to me. I've never seen a show have such a big aspect. To me, that the live feeds are the biggest aspect to the show. It's what makes this show different from Survivor. And they do nothing to incentivize the audience to watch the feeds. It's mind-boggling to me. And I have to remember that most of the people that watch this show don't watch the feeds. And, it's just like Untucked on Drag Race. Girl, if you only watch Drag Race, you only get half the story. And it's like, you motherfuckers aren't even getting 25% of the story just watching the television show.
But they don't want the casuals to watch the live feeds because their shit would get shut down. If everyone actually watched the live feeds, people would be storming CBS. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? Because you guys are bamboozling all of us. You're over here bait and switching the hell out of everybody.
Yep.
If everybody watched the live feeds.
Yep, absolutely. I saw a pop culture writer popped in. So if you wanted to speak, I'm going to give you the floor. And then I saw Wyatt come in.
Hi, as a long-time recapper of Big Brother, I did it for TV Grapevine, and I did some for TV Buddy, and I'm doing it now for all my screens. I have always had the hardest time, and I've done live feeds and everything, and getting to the end of the show. Last year was the first time in a long time I actually made it to the end of the show, because the cast actually seemed to care about the audience. And as soon as I saw they were not releasing the cast. They were not releasing the cast. I knew something was up. First night, I saw why. And my editor and I talked, and I said, look, I've got to finish up. What do you want me to do? I've got to finish up Riverdale. It's only got 4 more episodes. He says, finish Riverdale. Just do a weekly recap. Even he, who doesn't watch, could see there was potential problems. What does that say about the Big Brother franchise?
100%. And listen, I give you credit for being able to make it through. Listen, I know your struggle, and I was not as strong as you were. Listen, my YouTube audience knows that I've tried doing recaps for Big Brother ever since season 16, 17, and I've made it through maybe one season because it just gets so bad. So I give you so much credit for being able to make it through.
Well, usually, as I told him, it's usually the 3 weeks before it ends that I come begging to you and say, can we stop? Last year he wrote me at 3 weeks and says, are you wanting to stop? I said, no, I'm going to see this thing through. We cared about those contestants last year. I admit I am white, female, Caucasian who has retired.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't pull for just people because of what they look like. I pull for who they are.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, I'm thankful for the leftovers befriending Taylor, although some of the guys have an ulterior motive.
Listen, that's another thing that we could talk about with how stable the leftovers as an alliance are. But I really appreciate you coming to speak. So thank you very much, Pop Culture.
Okay.
Wyatt, if you wanted to speak, I'm going to give you the floor.
What was I gonna say? Totally forgot. Oh, so I don't know how to share stuff on here, but I found what Nicole said about Brittany. Oh, there. I think I did it. Oh yeah, I did it. Okay.
Oh, awesome.
I don't know how to do it. I did it.
Yeah, because I'm curious. This is the real mystery of this episode.
It was funny. Yeah, it was funny. I looked it up while I was listening. It was the first thing that came up. So I'm like, oh.
Can anyone see? I can't see it yet.
Oh, it shows for me. I don't know.
I can see it.
Yeah.
So what did Officer Angry say?
Jasmine.
Oh, there we go.
Brittany's definitely picking up the vibes, Nicole. I'm gonna F her ass up.
I think what's most disappointing about that is that Nicole is the oldest person in that house. Or the second oldest person in that house. Why is she speaking this way? Oh, I know the answer. She's a cop. That's why she's speaking this way. Anyways. Ugh. But, listen, to be honest with you, I don't even want to give Nicole or Daniel or Butterbean, I don't want to give them any more energy. Because I feel like at this point they're irrelevant. I feel like, to go to the leftovers, I really feel like the only obstacles they have left... Wyatt, could you just mute because we can hear the playback? I feel like when the leftovers get Nicole out, next week, you get out Daniel, and then you get out Alyssa, and then you have a cakewalk to the end. You have a cakewalk to the end. Because, really, to be honest, I see some... concerning behavior with Kyle because of Alyssa. That's the only reason why I would say get Alyssa out before you get Daniel out, but I'm at a point where I'm like, just get Daniel out of that house. He does not need to be in the jury casting a vote against Taylor on finale night. Or if Taylor does get put in the jury, God forbid, we don't need him and Taylor... I'm not going to say him and Taylor. I'm going to say we don't need him to be... talking shit to Taylor in that jury house. We don't need that. We don't need him to pull a Polly Calafiori. So I'm at a point where I just want Nicole and Daniel out of there. I don't need them to be in the house any longer. I don't care about the strategy. But the leftovers really could bulldoze the rest of this season and get to the final 7. Will they? That's really the question. I feel like right now the only thing standing in the way of that is Alyssa. Because never underestimate how horny people can get. Sometimes you're not going to always think with your head. A lot of times you're going to think with your dick or you're going to think with your G-spot. And, that's just a fact that we have to accept. And I said it when I saw Alyssa and, that's a whole nother debate that we could get into. The behavior that Alyssa has exhibited towards Kyle. What I feel between those two is Kyle is attracted to Alyssa. He's horny as hell for her, and I think Alyssa's horny as hell as well. And I feel like Kyle is trying to hold himself back so that he doesn't get targeted. So I always took his comments where he was saying no, 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 as in, I'm trying to think of a good example, but basically, I really want to, but we can't. We can't do that. That's how I always took it. And when he vocalized that he really thought she was attractive in the diary room, it made me feel better, because at first I felt really concerned for him because Alyssa was all over him, but he wanted it. He wants it. So I feel better about it. I see Astro Meme Queen has their hand raised. So if you have if you have an opinion on it, I'm going to give you the floor. If anyone else has an opinion on it, request to come up or put your hand up. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I just want to say that it doesn't really matter if he has a crush on her. I've tweeted this before, but it doesn't matter, because he's saying no, and no means no. He's setting that boundary. He doesn't want to do like what she wants to do in that house. Like, he asked, hey, what do the cameras like watch if you like have sex? And they were like, yeah. So that's why he doesn't want to cross certain lines. And the fact that she like knows this and just like keeps pushing the issue is the issue. It doesn't matter if he's attracted to her. It doesn't matter if he wants to date her. It doesn't matter if he wants to fuck her, because that's not the issue. The issue is the boundaries being violated and what that message is sending to people.
That's true.
Because CBS just does not care about sexual harassment in that house. Like, I mean...
That's true.
Like, yeah, I like, it's not like a cookie cutter thing like it was for like Hannah and Brent last year. So that's why people are trying to be like, oh, it's okay. It's not okay. It was never okay. And even if they end up together, even if they get married, even if they have children together, their relationship will always be marred by the fact that mommy just couldn't say no. And that's all I have to say about it.
I can agree with that completely. I think you put it perfectly, actually. That I can totally agree with. That, you know, if he says he doesn't want, you know, for that to happen, whether he wants it or not, she should be able to respect that. I totally agree with you. I think you put it in a better way than I could have put it. I think that what had turned me off from the commentary, and I think I had wrote this earlier, you know, as someone that has experienced sexual harassment numerous times, I didn't like that people were comparing the situation to Caleb and Amber or to Brent and Hannah. That was kind of what was throwing me off, because at first when people were talking about the situation with Kyle and with Alyssa, it had been put out there as if it was like that, where it was one and the same, where you had Kyle that was visibly uncomfortable and absolutely did not want that, and he is being harassed, but like, if you get what I'm saying, I'm trying to put it as best as I possibly can, because it is such like a gray area. But you're absolutely right that if someone does not want, because I think that another thing to point out is that Kyle is ex-Mormon, so odds are he comes from a very religious family, and he may not want, you know, him sucking and fucking and groping and touching. He may not want that on television, and I can completely respect that, on top of not being comfortable being touched. So I think that's another point to raise for sure. I saw that Meme Queen had raised her hand again, and then Pop Culture. So Meme Queen, I'm going to give you the floor once again.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that last time. He actually did open up to her about like his ex-Mormon, like religious trauma and intimacy issues. Like, I mean, he's admitted that he hasn't had a romantic relationship last longer than 10 months. He's my age. We're 29 years old. I've had longer relationships at a younger age. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's not abnormal, and I don't want to say it like it's a bad thing, because it's not a bad thing. Like, the way he was raised is like very, very sheltered, very purity culture, right? So it's not really abnormal. But the thing is he lacks experience. And with Alyssa, he even recognizes that there are red flags with her, right? He'll be like, she has red flags. And he's basically willing to set aside those red flags, but like, he isn't as experienced with relationships to know how red those flags could be. You know what I'm saying?
That's
like,
true.
I'm not saying she's a violent or whatever person, but I mean, she has some serious issues. Like, you won't let your partner talk to other women without being weird about it. Like, that's a serious red flag. Like, that is a person who could possibly isolate you from your friends, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's simply like women existing around you, they're gonna come up with ideas to isolate you from your male friends.
Yeah.
And then you have no friends, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, you know, there's nobody to really come to because, hey, you stopped talking to me because your crazy girlfriend didn't like me because I like put my hand on your knee or some crazy shit like that. I mean, I'm not saying she will go this far. I don't necessarily think she's like super dangerous, but I'm just saying, like, you know, she was having a conversation with India when he opened up to her about all of his stuff.
Yeah.
And she was like, I'm just gonna kiss him. And Indy being, I don't know, I was like, maybe this is like a cultural thing, like being from Brazil, and like sexual aggression is maybe more like okay there, but I don't think so. But she's like, yeah, if you don't, he will never fuck you or something. And I'm like, girl, that is not how you get a man to fuck you.
And isn't she a sex coach?
Right. That's like, I'm like,
oh my God.
Girl, like, I'm not even a sex coach, and I know that is not how that works. Like, you have to like ask people. Like, when you don't know someone, you have to ask. And I mean, maybe it's not sexy or whatever, but if you are so immature that asking your partner questions like that makes you uncomfortable, maybe you're not in the right space to be like having sex. Like, that's just my opinion. But like, you know, unless it's like established, whatever, like fine, whatever. But you know, at the beginning, you do have to be asking a lot of questions, and it's gonna make you uncomfortable. You know, but like, I mean, it's important.
Well, and I think you raised some really good points. Whenever you're in a relationship, it's always important to have a sense of self, because you can lose yourself in a relationship if that person is the only person in your life. And that's a whole nother topic that we could get into. But I think you made some great points. And the fact that Indy said that, and she's a sex coach, that's very concerning to me. That is wild. But I would really like to hear more about Kyle's story about escaping Mormonism, because I have a couple of friends that escaped it, and I know that it's not easy. Especially depending on the community that you're in for Mormonism. So, see, like, that's something I wish they would talk about on the show. Like, that would be so much more interesting than feeding them these stupid-ass corny lines that are written by one of the PAs in the back room. If someone has that conversation that Kyle had, I'd really like to see it. By the way, I don't know if this is the actual Kyland, but in my YouTube chat, Kylan Young said, what was Kyle thinking? So I don't know if that's the actual Kyland, but if it is, hi Kyland. Anyways, Pop Culture had their hand raised, so Pop Culture, I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay, I've got to jump off in a few minutes because I'm editing a book for someone and I'm expecting a call. But I have to address Jasmine's accent. I'm Southern. I'm Old South, which means I'm not Deep South. But if I go to Virginia, they know I'm from North Carolina. I have been to Virginia, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, practically lived in South Carolina for a while, Florida, and I have never in my life heard that fake an accent or the term blindside butterbeans. We don't use that. We use sweetest pecan pie, but not butterbeans. Somebody needs to tell them that they need to study linguistics. I'm offended, and I'm sure there's other Southerners who's offended by Jasmine.
I'm sorry, that shit took me out. Listen, y'all, this might be a hot take, but Jasmine, listen, I can't stand Miss Butterbean. I want her to go. I'm very afraid she's gonna get dragged to the end. But I have laughed the most at her yucking up that corny-ass fake accent. Hey, Julie, you look better than a whole rack of ribs. Like, nobody talks like that. It's so bizarre and wild. Oh my gosh. Okay, Layla raised her hand, Morgan raised her hand, and then Keisha raised her hand. So, Layla, I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to, jump in and say I have a lot of family members from North Carolina, and, like the middle of nowhere, North Carolina. So they have, some heavy accents, but Jazz, I have no idea, what production is telling her or why she thinks that this would be cute or anything, because, no one talks like that, at all. And it's really, especially, I know she barely considers herself, but, as a Black Southern woman, she doesn't have a problem with this whole, shuck and jive kind of, I don't even know, it reminds me of, this is gonna sound bad, but, a minstrel show.
Oh.
At one point, she said something about, jousting and jiving, and I'm just like, who is directing you to say that? And if no one is, why would you open your mouth to say something like that? It's embarrassing. It's funny, but it's embarrassing.
Well, I do know that they coach them in the feeds too. Not the feeds, the diary room too. I'm just going to say that I'm someone that does not believe the Spoiler King account, by the way, just because I feel like they kind of just tweet things for clout. I believe the Spoiler Girl thing only because she actually tweets things that can be proven. I feel like the Spoiler King account just tweets things that they think will go viral. But we do know that they tell them how to talk in the diary room. Because, I don't know if y'all remember, in Season 21, Kemi basically said they were trying to get her to talk like a stereotype. And she told them, no, I'm not doing that. So, they definitely, I guarantee you, someone in the diary room is like, oh, could you just, really heighten that Southern accent? And go watch some of her terrible vlogs on YouTube. She does not talk like that. So, it is really embarrassing. But listen, I'm probably going to be saying that butterbean comment forever, for all of eternity, shit. But it is really embarrassing, especially for other Southerners, because that is the stereotype that comes with people from the South. But anyways, Morgan, I'm going to give you the floor next.
Yeah, so yesterday I saw this hilarious tweet, and I can't find it anymore, but I remember what it said. And they were like, with the amount of times Jasmine lays around and doesn't shower, her footrest must smell like butt crack butterbeans. And I thought that was hilarious.
When I tell you the cackle I let out when you said that. Oh my god. I'm fucking dead. Oh my gosh. Okay, Keisha, I'm gonna give you the floor, my love.
Is it just me, or if you close your eyes and you listen to Jasmine, she sounds just like Crazy Raven from BB19? Like, it's like the recap of her. And then with all the nonsense stories that she makes up, she sounds like Raven even more, talking about, I was switched at birth and taken home and we had to do a DNA test and I lived with the other, like, she is Raven 2.0. It's freaking creepy. The thick fake accent and the nonsense ridiculous stories that she makes up just to make herself sound, I don't know, important for the second. It's nuts. And it's kind of sad at this. I shouldn't laugh at that, but it's kind of sad at the same point because it's like, girl, you don't need to make up stuff to be relevant. You don't need to make up stuff to sound important, and you don't need to sound extra Southern for people to like you. Like, it's not necessary. Just don't be a dick, and people would like you.
Agreed. It's embarrassing, and it feels like she's trying really hard to be like the Southern Belle that everyone loves and everyone laughs with. And it's unfortunate because some of these house guests want everyone to laugh with them, but then we end up laughing at them. It's just unfortunate. I want to make sure I'm saying Ola has come up, so Ola, I'm going to give you the floor if you wanted to say something.
I just jumped in. I was kind of popping in back and forth, but I didn't know if anybody spoke about it, but Amira has been like talking to people in private, like private messages and DMs, kind of like acknowledging her beef with Taylor, kind of, and she's been, I guess, taking accountability, but kind of saying like she got caught up in the moment, kind of like using being in the Big Brother house as an excuse to be a bitch, basically. And so I just wanted to put that out there in case people weren't up to date, but there's a couple of screenshots. I'm trying to find them, and I'll maybe put them on the Jumbotron, but just to be aware. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen when Nicole gets voted out, because I feel like it's going to be a very violent confrontation, because she likes to remind us all that she's 41 years old, but I really do think we'll see the descent from 41 to 8-year-old brat real fast.
Wow. Okay, Amira's trying to cover her ground. Interesting. Keisha.
I also did see a clip somewhere, I don't know if it's real or fake, but that Terrence also said that he got caught up in the moment of not wanting to feel left out, so he jumped in on the dog pile of Taylor too, and that he shouldn't have done that. I don't know if it's real or not because I haven't been watching feeds because I'm moving, but I did see a clip of that too. So he's trying to fix the stuff he did say about Taylor because he said he didn't want to feel left out because he is the older guy and people weren't really including him in on stuff.
I can understand that. Look, listen, people aren't perfect, and I totally get that. I'm glad. I hope that's true. It's just a shame because Terrence is the oldest person in the house. He's almost double the age of some of the people in there. He really should have known better, and it was really disappointing watching him join in on the dog pile. It's disappointing to see all of the people in that house join in the dog pile, and it really says more about how they are on the outside than it does anything. It revealed that that's who they are. They are sheeple that will easily, what's an example? They'll see someone in the middle of the street, being beaten up, just getting demolished, and they won't help them. They're that type of person that will just keep walking while someone is gasping for a breath of air. So I appreciate that they're taking, accountability for what they did, and I feel like everyone should get that chance. But some of them need to do more action before I believe them. I'm someone where you need to do action after you do accountability for me to accept your apology or to accept any of that nonsense. But I don't think Nicole and Daniel or Amira will do any of that. Ola, if you wanted to speak again, you have the floor.
Oh, sorry, I just accidentally jumped on somewhere else, so it cut me out, and I was trying to send the screenshot, but I did put it on the Jumbotron just so people can read kind of what Amira said to somebody
about
her time.
Oh,
and then also Brittany also has apologized to Taylor, I think twice now on separate occasions, kind of like saying that one of her biggest regrets was not standing up for Taylor when she was listening to people like dogpile on her, and so she's kind of like, I'll give Terrence and Brittany a little more grace because it didn't take all of Twitter and Reddit and Facebook to come at them with receipts about how they acted. They've kind of picked up on it on the house before they left, and I think that is like a sign of like growth and character versus like people like Pooch and Amira and Paloma who needed to kind of be whacked in the face with what they've done.
Exactly. I completely agree with you. If you needed to be told you're wrong, you're not really sorry. Because would you have said sorry if you came out the house and you were shedded with love and grace? So that's why I feel better about the people in the house that realized they were wrong in the moment. But they need to just really look at themselves so that the next time that they're presented with a situation like with what was happening with Taylor, instead of being bystanders and joining in, they stop it. Because there was no reason for that to go on for 2-3 weeks. Absolutely not. I see Betty is here. I know Betty from Kamisha Review Space. So Betty, I'm going to give you the floor.
I also do my my own BB spaces if anybody in here wants to come, and I cover the Challenge USA Thursday nights after the eviction episode at 10 p.m. Eastern if anybody watches that and wants to come. So I know a lot of people in here, so hello to everybody that I know, and a new hello to everybody that I don't. So I've been listening, and there's just a few things that I need to come up here and comment on. Hi. And then I'll just go back down to listener. So first thing I want to comment on is what's going on with Kyle and Alyssa. So there was a clip that somebody posted in either my space or one of Kamisha's spaces where Alyssa was literally trying to touch Kyle's penis. And this is after he had said to her several times,
What?
I don't want to do anything. I think I might have it bookmarked. If I can, I'll post it in here. But he said to her several times, I do not want to do anything sexual in the house. That is sexual harassment. Like, she also he was in the shower and she wanted to get in with him. That's sexual harassment. Like, she needs to be expelled from the house. And so I think we need to be very clear. Big Brother's trying to do this, like, cutesy showmance thing. They tried to do something like that with Pooch and Joseph as well. Like, this is a bromance thing. Joseph had said that he was uncomfortable by what Pooch is doing. It's not cute or morally correct to try to make some, like, romantic cutesy thing out of people being sexually harassed, which is what is happening in that house. So I wanted to make sure that we call a thing and name that as far as Liz and Kyle are concerned. What Jasmine is doing in the diary room, I 100% believe that production has asked her to beef up that accent. I know people referenced what Kemi said. That is also true. If you want to be a white Southern person and do that, that would be one thing. But for you as a Black woman to do that, like Layla said earlier, and I know you said that you feel bad saying it, you don't need to feel bad saying it because it's the truth. It is absolutely 1,000% a minstrel show. And me as a Black woman, I've called it that from the very beginning. That is minstrelsy, the way that she is acting in the diary room. Especially, we've all seen her on live feeds. We know she doesn't talk like that. So for you to do it in the diary room and for you to tap dance and perform because these white people told you to, that's fucking minstrelsy. So I wanted to come up here and say that and make sure that that's cleared up. Amira can say whatever the fuck she wants to people in DMs. I don't even care that they've ended up on Twitter. You need to come out in a video, however you want to do it, in an interview, and publicly say these things. You disrespected Taylor publicly.
She shouldn't be hiding behind the scenes.
Because you were threatened by her, and you feel insecure because she's so secure in her beautiful, dark, Black skin. You need to publicly address it. I don't give a fuck about what you said to somebody in DMs. And until you publicly address it, I'm not giving her credit for anything. And I knew that these people were going to come out. I said it on one of the spaces. I knew these people were going to come out of the house and say, oh, well, I just got cut up. And we're grown. We're grown.
Yes.
We are past that.
Amira's 32.
You know right from wrong. You know better than this. I don't want to hear I got caught up. Amira was very well insulated in the game. If she had said, I don't think the way that Taylor's being treated is cool, I 100% believe that people would have followed suit in that. She got evicted because people caught on to the fact that she had so much influence in the house that she swayed the vote. She was the one who wanted Pooch out. So if you have that much influence, you could have said, y'all need to leave Taylor alone.
Absolutely.
This isn't cool. She hasn't done anything wrong. Stop it. I'm not going to participate anymore. Because guess what? When Turner said it, yeah, there was, some comments made here and there afterwards, but it's light years better than what it was. So if Turner, who's the youngest person in the house, now that Paloma's gone, can say it, why couldn't you? I don't want to hear shit from her. Say it publicly or it doesn't fucking matter. So I just wanted to come up here and say that. I'm going to try to find the clip so I can post it in here. And then after that, I'll go back to listener.
Thank you. I absolutely want to see that clip. I had no idea that she touched Kyle, because that's what I was saying earlier was, at least when I was on Twitter.
She tried to touch him. She tried to touch him. He moved back away from her and moved her hand away.
Okay, good. That's just awful because, like, when people were saying sexual predator, what came to my mind is, remember when JC, I don't know if y'all remember in Big Brother 20, but JC, while Tyler was sleeping, groped him under the covers, and it was caught on camera. Like, that is terrible that she did that. That is an absolute no-no. She should not have been doing that. And I completely agree with you. Amira had the power. She has no right to say anything about, oh, I defended Taylor. You had the power in the game to put the end to it. Yes, you may have told Daniel, I don't think she meant it that way, but while Daniel was screaming at her, you didn't stop him from screaming at her. None of those beta people in that game stood up to Daniel and his balding ass to stop screaming at her. Terrible, awful. So I agree with everything that you said, Betty. Ola had her hand raised, and then Morgan had her hand raised. So Ola, you have the floor.
Shout out to Betty for calling out that Alyssa Kyle thing. I just wanted to add one more point to that, which was that the amount of people who are coming on to Twitter and saying, well, Kyle's kind of playing into it, so I don't feel bad for him, is so disgusting. And this is why men can never stand up and say, like, yes, I'm being sexually harassed. Because people come back and say, you're a man. Like, is it really sexual harassment? Like, well, he's playing a game, and he obviously knows that Alyssa's going to be a vote for him one way or the other. And he's kind of got to think about that going forward. But at the same time, just because he thinks that she's attractive does not give her the right to just touch up all on him. Like, it just does not.
I agree with that completely. This might be a little personal for me to talk about, but I'm gonna do it, and hopefully Twitter is not too crazy to hold it against me. But I know the feeling of sometimes you can feel really pressured, and I don't want to say your manhood is put at stake, but I've had instances where I've had people touch up on me or feel me or want to bring me to the bedroom, and it's made me really uncomfortable. I'm someone that identifies as asexual, so I'm not really someone that gets sexual urges or wants sexual urges, and it's happened to me many times where I've kind of felt like coerced, that I had to, let it happen, and that I couldn't, reach out for help or be told it's not okay, either because of fear of ridicule or that I'm overreacting or backlash or whatever. So hearing more about what's going on with Alyssa and Kyle, it makes me really sad. And I don't really know how to put all of this into words. I've never really talked about it, and I don't want to go too much into detail because I know Twitter can be crazy, and I know I'm going to tweet out something that someone's not going to like, and they're going to throw that in my face. But that really saddens me. And we didn't talk too much about the situation with Joseph and Cooch, but I really did not like that situation either, where Cooch kind of got away with touching Joseph and grabbing Joseph and doing all these things with Joseph when he clearly was not comfortable. And it reminded me of Nick Macaroni, the therapist from 21, when he was touching all over Tommy, and clearly Tommy was not comfortable. There really needs to be more guidelines put down for how you touch other house guests in the game. Very much so. I'm really disturbed to hear all this stuff, because I did not know about this before starting this space. So I appreciate Ola and Betty and Meme Queen for talking about it and shedding more light on it. Morgan had her hand raised, so I'm going to give Morgan the floor.
Yeah, I was just going to say about the Amira thing. What surprised me the most was that she did an interview with Cody Calafiore from 16 and 22. And he actually was, like, clocking her a little bit. I was, like, shocked. So she was talking about the Daniel blow-up. And she was like, well, what people don't realize is I actually defended Taylor in that moment because I actually got to see what she said and I knew it was taken out of context. So I told Daniel that she didn't mean anything by it. And Cody was like, well, even though you said that it was misconstrued, Daniel told you he didn't care. So do you regret not telling him to calm down and stop? So the fact that Cody California is clocking you on anything, you are a lost cause.
Oh my god, Cody. Jesus Lord. Betty had her hand raised, and then Dumplin' Daughter, if you wanted to go afterwards. So Betty, you have the floor.
So I just wanted to say I put the clip up there so y'all can see it, because I bookmark all this shit, so when people try to come for me or try to say that didn't happen, I can post the clip and be like, yes it did, bitch, it's right there, look. Okay, so I saw in my feed, because Tiffany is part of the Winner's Circle podcast now, so her episodes are in that same feed, so I had to subscribe to the feed. I saw that Amira did an 11-minute thing with Cody, and I was like, I'm not fucking watching that or listening to that, because I know that he's gonna let her off the hook, whatever. So now, based on what you just said, Morgan, I actually might listen to it, but you're absolutely right, because Cody treated Davon like she was a dog on All Stars. So for Cody to say to you, girl, you might have said something, but it was small, and you should have said more, you're completely fucked. Because Cody, oh my God, don't even get me started on him. But now that you said that, Morgan, I actually might listen to it. So thank you for that information.
Agreed. I had no interest in watching that lame-ass podcast with those two winners that got handed a win on a silver platter. Dumpling Daughter, if you had anything to add, I will give you the floor.
Thank you. Hello, Betty. I just wanted to kind of piggyback on everything you guys are saying about the Alyssa and Kyle situation. I get really uncomfortable when I see any sort of aggressive attempts at courting on television, because it's very triggering, because I think about, imagine if the cameras were not there and you have someone that might have a little bit of attraction to another person, and they don't, but the person is being very aggressive with it. And I noticed that whenever it's a white guy or a white girl, and it's targeting like a woman, for example, or it's targeting a man, the aggressive courting is targeting the man. And I've noticed that the men are not, it's like you said before, it's almost like kind of like, oh, well, I mean, she's cute, or this guy is cute, if they're gay. Oh, well, then you should be open to this, aggressive courting. It's almost like men don't have the option to not want that kind of sexual harassment. Basically, is what it is. I shouldn't say sexual aggressive courting. That's sexual harassment. And so even if there is like, it seems like just even a little bit of a drop of attraction, I think that when they go into the DR pretty much tells them, oh, it looks like we might have a little showmance here. And they really encourage that sort of thing to the point where the person feels like, well, I can't really speak out against it because that's a storyline for me. And I really want to stay on the show. And I know that we're all not so naive as to not think that they don't give them little tidbits of information. They don't do leading questions, that sort of thing. And so I'm sure Kyle's been hearing about Alyssa and his possible showmance since the first week of the show. And so he's just kind of he's like, okay, so how can I stay on the show? Well, I've got a showmance because it's looking like they're like, oh, it's boring. There's nothing else for the people to talk about. Let's add a showmance to the mix. I mean, let's even think about on Big Brother 20, Tyler and Angela bringing a showmance onto the show because, let's be honest, the white fandom wanted to see Tyler and
that's true.
Tyler and Angela. They didn't want to see Haley and Fessy because he's a brown man. And so they didn't want to see that. So they focused on them, and I think that they definitely encouraged them to engage in a showmance, whether it was real or not. But I think that a lot of times people do tend to, men don't get to say no to sexual advances and harassment. White girls tend to definitely get away with it because she's cute. You know, if you're a man, you're okay with it. You should accept it. And then, of course, when the white men do it, people like Brett on Big Brother 20, I'm trying to think of the other sexual harassers, JC on Big Brother 20, I could go on and on. They get a pass at it. I mean, they get a pass from it. And it's horrible and it's disgusting. And I think that really Kyle is almost being manipulated into having a relationship and definitely having it on a different timeline than he definitely would have had it outside of the house, especially with the fact that he's a Mormon and that isn't something that's even been a part of his upbringing, you know, navigating relationships. And like you, I want to talk more about what's it like to be Mormon and now not be Mormon. Big Brother, CBS, or the American version of it, really drops the
100%
ball on interesting TV, because that's interesting to me. I want to know, but then again, I love looking at cults and things like that. So anyway,
I agree with you. I've always said that I feel like Big Brother needs to stop trying to just cast, oh, we have the pretty girl, we have the meathead. Stop doing that. Cast people that have something to tell. They have a story to give, something to bring that maybe we didn't know about in the past. And I think they're having a big missed opportunity with Kyle. And I agree with you completely. You know, Allison Grodner and the rest of that prod team really get their dicks hard whenever there's a showmance on the show. I don't know why. This show was not made for people sucking and fucking. In my opinion, if you want to watch that, there's Love Island, there's The Bachelor, there's The Bachelorette. My recommendation, Flavor of Love or I Love New York. But for some reason, they always seem to want to have that on the show, have a showmance on the show, and it's weird. And I would not be surprised if the Diary Room was kind of pressing him to take on Alyssa's advances. I would not be surprised at all. That's actually a really great point. And I said this earlier. I feel like they need to do more than just talk to them in the Diary Room. This should be a conversation they have with the whole house, even if it only affects Alyssa and Kyle. They don't even need to out them, because we saw with Cooch and Joseph earlier on in the season that people are getting a little too touchy-feely, and we don't know what's going to happen later on in the game. I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel starts being a little too touchy-feely, especially with, I saw some clips of him there was some clips of him on Tumblr with a younger girl from Disney Channel, and he was like older 20s. She was it was weird. I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about it because I just saw it briefly on the Twitter page, and I don't know how legit it is. But I feel like there should just be a large conversation with everyone about boundaries and how you guys physically are around each other and what's okay and what's not okay. Before I jump to Keisha, I wanted to plug something really quick. So Keisha and I both run a show on YouTube called I Love Money. It's a reality competition show similar to Big Brother. We take people that are fans of the show and we put them on a Zoom and they compete in challenges. They vote each other off. That will be starting next week. And we will be having shows after Big Brother on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then before Big Brother on Sundays. We are still looking for people, so if you are interested, I put a form to apply in the YouTube chat, but I just wanted to put that in there. Shout out to Keisha. She's been a great help, as always, for this season. Her and Layla competed on Season 9. We're on Season 11. So I'm going to jump to Keisha to have the floor.
Thank you. You're so cute. Okay, so I just want to say I have to go real quick, but it was so nice talking to all of you. But I'm just sick of the double, triple standards where it's okay for this person, but not okay for that person. Alyssa can get away with trying to touch him, kissing him on his arm, because I saw a clip where she kissed him on his arm and he like walked away. There was a clip of him trying to avoid her. Everywhere she would go, he would go to a different spot. It's okay for her to do it because, you know, she is pretty and this and that. But now, if that was Indy that tried to do it, it's not okay because according to Daniel, Indy's ugly. And then if Taylor now, she's a full-fledged thought because she reached out and hugged Kyle at one point, and that turned into a whole day of drama of them bashing Taylor. So it's just the double, triple standard for me is just too much to handle when it comes to the show, but it also shows that that's how it really is in real life. That is one thing I will agree with that does show that it's real life, because it's true. In life, out in the world, if you look a certain way, you can get away with basically murder. And if you don't look like that, then now you are the ultimate pariah. So it's to the extent of that was the only thing I see that is reality. I just think it's trash either way, in real life and on the show.
Perfect. Perfectly said, Keisha. All right, Dumpling Daughter, you have the floor.
All right. I just wanted to go back and say, I also notice how if it's not a white girl and a white guy, even the showmances are the narrative for them are much different. Because if we think back to Big Brother 20, the showmans between Bailey and Swaggy C, Chris Williams, that showmance was almost like they just threw that in there when he went to her parents' house, and they never showed like them sitting there reading the Bible. They never showed them sitting there talking and having deep conversations. Their relationship was actually beautiful to watch on live feeds, and I thought it was really disgusting that the cameras stayed on them when they were actually on the show and they had sex. Yeah. But then when Angela and Tyler start kissing, the cameras cut away. Almost like a respectful, we'll look away kind of thing. And so I think that at the end of all of this, when Big Brother is over, we're going to see a very different narrative of Kyle and Alyssa than what was actually the reality, especially at the beginning of it, with her being pretty much a sexual predator towards him. Even if he's interested, if he says no, production is the one that is responsible to have that conversation with her. Period, point blank. it is never the victim's job to correct the perpetrator. Never, ever. Or to get them together and tell them not to do X, Y, and Z. Because that I think back to when JC Tide opened the bathroom when Haley was in there. And then they called Haley into the first Sam fussed at him, and she closed the door so that Haley could finish using the bathroom. And then they called everybody into the diary room, including Haley, and asked her what she wanted them to do. She was a 21-year-old. Why in the world does she have to make the decision on getting someone kicked out of the show? That is not her job or responsibility. And then speaking of a 21-year-old, I'm from Texas, and I got to tell you, I am sick of them having people on the show that are from Texas A&M. When Prairie View A&M is right down the road.
They have so many Texas
Southern,
A&M people.
Right around the corner. Can we not get us a Meg the Stallion on the show? I mean, we got us a Taylor, though, but I want a Meg the Stallion on the show. I want all of that seasoning and interest. I'm sure they have good things to talk about. They're smart. They're intelligent. Come on. You're going to get the college age girls. Can you go to the HBCUs? Please and thank you.
I think you made a fantastic point. And that reminds me so much of, I didn't even think about this. In season 18, I think back to the Frank and Davon situation, where Frank was repeatedly smacking Davon's ass without her permission. And that too kind of seemed like it was swept under the rug. I don't know if it's because Frank is a fan favorite, quote unquote. Maybe it's Allison Grodner. But I feel like that season, it should have been nipped in the butt right there. So, the fact that now we have so many more instances after that season, sometimes I really think about the past of Big Brother, and I really question why I watch this show. But Betty has her hand raised, so I'm going to go to Betty.
Just to piggyback on what Keisha said earlier about the realities of what's horrible in our society being reflected on the show, I say this all the time. All of these reality shows, Big Brother, Survivor, The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, they're all microcosms of society. So whatever negative in society, you're going to see reflected on these shows.
Definitely.
And so I said this from the very beginning of BB24. We were talking about, and when I say we, I mean Black people and other people of color, we were talking about racism and colorism in the treatment of Taylor. And so every single day that this show has been going on, I've been talking about racism and colorism almost. They've been in the house 23, 24 days, and I've talked about it for every single day for 23, 24 days. And so when it's on display like that, you can't deny that it's happening. You can't deny the truth of it. It's there for everyone to see. Some people are just now learning what colorism is. And so I'm thankful that was shown, that part of Taylor's VR was shown on the show. Even though, I tweaked the definition a little bit, I'm at least happy that they gave the casuals a base to start from, because maybe somebody went and looked up colorism and tried to find out more about it because they aired that. And so I think obviously the treatment of Taylor has been horrific, horrible, disgusting, et cetera, but you can't address something if it's not being talked about. So I am on this app all the time saying
Agreed.
that light-skinned people of color need to be the loudest ones talking about colorism. I've talked about colorism. But with what has been happening to Taylor, I feel like many more people are hearing me than ever before. So I'm at least thankful to have the opportunity to talk about these ills in our society so that we can address them and dismantle them.
That's awesome, Betty. I think that is probably the only positive that comes out of situations like this, where you have clear examples of colorism and racism on the show. I remember someone tweeted out, oh, well, it's good that this happens because people get to see it. Well, it's really not good because fans, black fans, I'm going to specifically say black fans, shouldn't have to carry the burden of watching people experience racism and colorism on their favorite show. They should be able to just watch the show, enjoy the strategy, enjoy the fun moments. And I really want the other white fans out there to hear that we don't really have to have that burden when we watch the show, to see other people that look like us experiencing things like that. So it's great that we get to have these conversations, but again, it's not really the responsibility of these contestants or the fans to have to educate people. And it's just unfortunate that, like, Big Brother has to be the first place where people have to hear about this. But again, that is the only positive that really has come out of this whole situation. So I appreciate you speaking about that, Betty. I saw Oliver had his hand raised, and then Dumpling Daughter had her hand raised. So Oliver, you may have the floor.
Hi, everybody, and good morning or good day, depending on your time zone. But I also just wanted to jump in and piggyback off of what Betty was saying, because so I'm a little bit of a cynical person, and I genuinely do not believe that they would have shown any of the bullying if it wasn't for A, the alliance, or B, because of Turner's speech. Because they haven't shown any of it prior to that point, and I don't think they would have, because it wouldn't have made sense at all story-wise. So I do want to give somewhat of a shout-out and a little bit of leeway, just a little, to Turner and the leftovers, because I do think that it forced production to show their hand and to really kind of make sense for the storyline for people, for casual watchers. The second part is, I also do want to touch on the colorism part too, because like there was already a blatant, and I mean explicit, example with Jasmine, and she was talking to, who was she talking to? I forgot, I think it was Monty and Alyssa, I believe. But anyways, she was talking, and she basically said like, oh, like, people back home know this is me or whatever, and she was like, I like who I like. And it was basically in terms of her not liking Taylor, and like all of her examples were basically mixed and light-skinned people. And so I also just want to piggyback off of Betty, because it's like, also being a light-skinned black person myself, it's like we need to understand that if we are not dismantling colorism, we are participating in it, and we cannot let that stand. Like, especially seeing as in this season of Big Brother specifically, because Big Brother is a microscope of our society today. We are not going to allow Taylor's experience and other black women's experiences to be A, gaslit, or B, just pushed to the side. Like, I guarantee you, Taylor is not the only person who's going to experience this, and explicitly because of she's a black woman, a dark-skinned black woman at that. So we need to stand up and being like, hey, this isn't cool in what she's experienced. She is not the victim. She's not being intimidated. She's being targeted explicitly. But yeah, that's all that I want to say. Anyways, bye.
Well, thank you, Oliver. And hearing that Jasmine said that, it really raises the question, what are they doing with these psych evaluations? I'm really curious what these psych evaluations look like. Like, they need to have therapists come on the show and do a dive with these contestants, because that's something that they could have found out about Jasmine before she got that far in the casting process, that she had that.
I have a little bit of tea towards that.
Okay.
And maybe not necessarily for Big Brother, because one of my good friends actually auditioned for Love Island, but she didn't get on. But she was also as she was doing it, she was recruited for Big Brother.
Yeah,
but,
they do that.
Usually what happens is, so they will have a online Zoom call with a therapist, but then they also do is they take a behavioral test exam, and they also do that. So I don't know if they allow people to take it for them or whatever, but yeah, there needs to be a new revamp or something, because this ain't it. This is not it.
They need to do, you know what they need to do? They need to do what Tyra Banks did on her show. I don't know if any of you ever saw this episode of the Tyra show, but they took these group of girls. They did this with a couple of different people. I believe they did it with a group of moms, a group of girls, husbands, and they just showed them videos of people. One time they did it with a group of girls where some of them were dressed more dressed conservative, some were dressed more scantily, and they asked their opinion on these girls and what they thought their lifestyles were. And some of them, when they would see there was a girl that was dressed emo, they were like, oh, she probably does drugs, blah 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 blah. So you really got to see what these people thought of these women just based on first impressions, and then they had them confront each other on the Tyra show. They need to start doing something like that to see what biases these people have before they go into the house, because that's something that you can at least get a glimpse into to see what their association is with someone by just looking at them. And then you also need to be asking them, okay, can we see what people you associate with in your real life? What does your friend group look like? What does your family look like? What does your coworkers look like? What people do you surround yourself with? Because then that will give you a pretty good idea at who is a safe person to put in that house and who is someone that probably has extreme biases up their sleeve to use against other house guests. So that's something they need to do, and I completely forgot. They absolutely do swap people. If you ask other alumni, I remember Audrey Middleton, for example, originally applied to be on Survivor, and then they put her on Big Brother. I think they did that with Cody Nixon as well. So you have these people going from different casting teams onto shows that they didn't even apply for to begin with. Like, an hour-long Zoom call is not going to do anything. You put these people through 6 months of casting. The least you could do is do consistent check-ins. With these tests, there's ways. Just hire psychologists. They need to start doing that. They need to do a better job at protecting the people in the house as well as protecting the viewers. But anyways, thank you for your patience, Dumplin' Daughter. I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to, agree with what Betty was saying and what our last speaker was saying, that if you're not a part of the solution, you're a part of the problem, and a person needs to definitely use their privilege to help dismantle whatever the problem is, because you're getting that privilege because the problem exists. And if you are denying that the problem exists, it's because you know that you're going to lose that privilege. That's why I think a lot of white people or biracial people, they say that colorism doesn't exist, or they come up with the excuse, well, I wasn't really accepted by the black people or the white people. That whole same old mantra that they use as an excuse to not deal with racism and colorism. But if you're not a part of the problem, you're not dismantling it, you are holding it up, essentially. Another thing I wanted to say was, what else did I want to say? I wanted to say that it was off topic. Oh my gosh, I forgot what it was. Oh my gosh, I'll have to come back. I completely forgot what it was when I put my hand up.
It's okay. Listen, it happens to the best of us. Keisha has her hand raised.
Sorry, just real quick. I just want to touch on the double standard again. I'm not a fan of Josh Martinez at all whatsoever. But I do think it was vile on how Raven decided to say, oh, Josh looked at me when I was in the shower. And because she, the little white girl, said that, all of a sudden he was treated like the pariah, the predator, for doing something he didn't do. And it was okay and it was believed because she said he did that. And I do not agree with that. And but then yet here we are back to Alyssa and Kyle. Alyssa full on tried to touch his private parts, kissed him on his arm, follows him around, and nothing's said or nothing's done. No one's uproar about it. It's just the double standard is just is too much for me to handle.
It's insanity, and history is really doomed to repeat itself, and that's why I'm saying they need to set a precedent that this is not okay. Just like how Survivor is able to set a precedent that if you quit the game, you're no longer on the jury. Well, you need to start setting a precedent that if you touch people inappropriately, you're going to get kicked out the game. Shit, if you don't want to kick them out because you don't want to waste time, whatever, put their asses on slop. Put their asses on slop. Make them take a cold-ass shower and think about how they're touching people inappropriately. Do something. If you're able to punish people for breaking, if you're able to punish Jen for I will now perform eating and give her a penalty vote or whatever for breaking your stupid slop rule, you should be able to punish these people for touching people and feeling up people that don't want it. It's ridiculous. And I do feel, again, that these comments should be... I remember... Keisha, you weren't on prod for that season, but I remember when I was hosting one of my the seasons of my show, we had a contestant that was trying to say that a woman in the game called someone in the game that had autism. They were trying to say that she had said they were slow, which was not true. They had said they had a slow start to the game because they weren't messaging people. So we had to step in and squash that immediately, because if that was said about that person has to leave. That person, you can't be here if you're going to say that about a person with a disability. So comments like that, when you make up accusations to try and hurt someone's reputation and it's not true, it can be really dangerous for that person. And there needs to be accountability for stuff like that as well. So people like Raven can't get away with that. Because even though I can't stand Josh Martinez and his win by default ass, that was totally wrong and terrible for that to happen. And I completely forgot about that. Dumpling Daughter, I'm going to go back to you, and then I'm going to go to Meme Queen.
Okay, I remembered literally as soon as I muted myself. Okay, so... punishment, I just want to say before I say what I was going to say, punishment absolutely can be done. At first, when I used to think, oh, if they do this, they should take money from them. They do that, they should take money from them. But that's almost like letting them get away with it. Yes, they would probably behave in a certain way if they lost money, because, you know, a lot of times the only thing people understand is when you hit their pocketbooks.
That's true.
But I think that the punishment should be both money and it should be something that they have to do on TV, because I'm a big proponent of...
That's a great idea.
If you do something that is public and you violate some norm in public, then some punishment needs to be public also. And so that takes me to this public apology tour that everybody's doing. It's got to be more than one-on-one. I was looking at Amira, and she said she's going to talk with Taylor one-on-one. And even Derek F. was saying when he was talking to Tiffany the other day on her Winner's Circle podcast that he had a talk with her and he apologized to her. But she said it wasn't until, and he even agreed with her, it wasn't until he saw what was happening to Taylor and how it was triggering people that he was friends with, that he really got it, that he really got that the apology can't just be one-on-one. When you do something on television and little black girls, little white girls, little girls, period, little boys see things and they see you do something that is a violation of just either a character, moral standards, social mores, whatever it may be, you have to address that same violation publicly, because the damage is out there, the damage has been done, and you need to address it publicly, because no reparation will ever happen until it's been publicly addressed, not just with the person that you did it to, because people witnessed it on TV. So those people are also hurt. So it drives me crazy when they say, well, I talked to so-and-so and they apologized, they accepted my apology. It's kind of like with Jordan and with Nia. Well, anyway, I'm sorry, Nia, if you're hearing this. But with Jordan and Nia. Yes, they might have worked through their issues, but they worked through them in private. But him still calling her the N-word and making grilling noises and spitting cereal at her, that's still out there in public for everyone to see. And he never addressed that publicly with anyone that might have witnessed that, and really was taking that same violation. They were internalizing that. And so I think that public apologies are not sufficient. I'm sorry, public apologies are the only efficient thing. Private apologies are not efficient for public offenses.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. That's why whenever they're like, oh, I shouldn't have to say anything to the public, listen, if anyone here ever is on Big Brother or anyone here becomes famous, and this is coming from from all the journalism classes I took, whenever you're in the public eye, you hold a responsibility to address the public. Whether you like it or not, that burden is now on your shoulder. You went on national television. 5, 6, 7 million people watch this show weekly. You now hold a responsibility to be accountable for your actions, not only for the people that you say it to, but to the public that watches it. So yes, when you do something stupid as fuck and ignorant on reality television to someone, you have a responsibility. You have 3 responsibilities. Your first is to have that private apology where you talk one-on-one to that person and square away the issue. That's just being a good person to figure out what the issue is privately. Because I get it. You want to have that private one-on-one conversation, because if you just have a public apology, that's fake as fuck, and it looks like you're just doing it for the audience. But it's also important, as Dumpling Daughter said, to do a public apology, because the audience needs to know that you accept the fact that you are wrong. Because if, let's say, for example, Daniel finally comes to his senses somehow, some way, he gets all of that fucking hair dye from being a knockoff Elvis out of his head, and he realizes that he was wrong, and he apologizes to Taylor, but he only does it privately. He doesn't say anything publicly to anybody. Okay, so we're just gonna leave here in that situation being like, it's okay for someone to just talk shit and say all that terrible stuff to someone and treat them like an outcast, and they can just do whatever, and that's it. Him, Nicole, the rest of them, they need to do private apologies as well as apologize publicly, whether it's with that person in the room or just making a statement. And the third thing you need to do is action. You can't just say, I'm sorry, and then do nothing, and just keep doing the same shit over and over again. That's why if Derek F. would have came on here calling women bitches and all that stuff, just like he was in the Big Brother house, no one would take his ass seriously. So on top of doing a private and public apology, you also need to show that your actions match your message and change your behavior. Or else, no one's going to take you seriously. So I thought that was well said, Dumpling Daughter. I believe Layla was up next, and then we're back to Meme Queen, and then back to Ola. So Layla, you have the floor.
Okay, so I just wanted to piggyback on something Dumpling said about public apology. I actually feel like CBS, they clearly edited the show to make it more family friendly, and by doing that, they edit out all of the bad behavior in the show, and I actually think that's what makes all of it worse, because in the older seasons, if you said something, they were gonna show it. At least most of the time, they were gonna show it. But nowadays, it's almost like, since people know or have some kind of idea that if they say something bad, it's not likely, it's okay. So it's like CBS shielding these people is it's almost like they're inviting some of the worst people they can, because if even with live feeds, half these people don't even know how the feeds work. So if you think that you can say whatever you want and they're not going to show it, they're just going to show you in a cute showmance, or you like talking about some random stuff that they think is funny, then they can feel like they'll say whatever they want. And when they get out, either people aren't going to notice, or they can just hide behind the edit. I was kind of like rambling, but like I think you get my point.
No, you were perfect, Layla. You were perfect. No, 100%. And like I was saying earlier, a precedent needs to be set so that these people know that these actions are not okay. And they definitely have watched these older seasons, and all they see is people being shown in a positive light. Okay, well, that's cute and all that you want to show the showmance and all that stuff, but all these people want to go on and be social media stars after the show is over. I'm not going to say all of them, but a good chunk of them come on this show and think that they're going to be TikTok famous and Instagram famous and go to all these events and all this stuff. There needs to be an element of public humiliation on the show for the people that say and do stupid things, because it's not enough to just have them shown on the live feeds to be terrible, because you're still going to have those casuals. Like, I have friends that are casuals, and they still think Paul is the best, even though we saw his behavior on 19. Or they love Nicole and how shady she is and she's a rat, but they don't see what's going on behind the scenes. That needs to be shown on the show, because if you don't show it on the show, then these people get away with bad behavior, and that's not right. That's not fair. So, Layla, you put it perfectly. Meme Queen, I'm going to give you the floor, and then we're going to go on to Ola.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thing about punishments, yeah, they need to bring back those punishments for, like, pretty much, just, Nicole should have a lot more punishments for, like, threatening people. I guess it was Taylor and also Brittany, I think. I mean, like, what is she threatening Brittany for? And that's just not even fair. Come on, like, that is bullying. That is straight up bullying. Because Brittany, like, I'm not saying the Taylor stuff isn't bullying too, but, like, seriously, Brittany, all right. Yeah, with the apology, I think it does need, the initial apology must be in private, right? Always in private, because you don't want to put someone on the spot where they have to forgive you publicly.
Yeah.
So I'm very much, you apologize first, like, privately, and then you can apologize in front of all the people, and or it can be right after that apology. You can be like, hey, let's go have a house meeting here in the Big Brother house. Everybody loves a house meeting, and we'll just clear the air right there. Like, so simple. It's like a 2-step process you got there. I don't understand. But, it just goes to show where everybody is the hero of their own story, right?
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
Daniel thinks he's the hero. Nicole thinks she's the hero.
They do think they're the heroes.
They think they're the heroes. They're the villains. We know this because we see everything. But, even on the outside, these people come out. Paloma still thinks she's some kind of victim, like crucifying herself. I don't even know. Like, she could literally just fuck off. Just fuck off for a few months, right? Just fuck off for, like, maybe 3 or 4 months, right? She could totally come back to social media and nobody would even remember. But you know what? She is choosing, because she sees the stands. She has stands. She's these diehard stands. And it's like, I don't get it, because, like, whatever, but, like, she has stands, so she wants that attention. She is a vile human being. She is drawn to the attention she has gotten. And she wants to collect on that check. But she can't collect on that check without first addressing her problems in the house. She doesn't want to address them. Pooch doesn't want to address them. I mean, Pooch, you have a whole ass child and nobody has grilled this motherfucker about that? He's a whole ass kid. I mean, really, that whatever $200 he made in that house needs to be going to that child, my opinion. All these fucking Instagram lives he's doing, hiding out on Instagram where he can delete his little comments. We see you. Like, I mean, Paloma was pulling that shit on TikTok for like, I don't even know. It was for a while she was, and then Pooch came out and she was like, oh, this will take the heat off a little bit. And then Amira came out and she's like, ooh, I can post a TikTok video. Did not go the way she wanted. Like, these people, they have such, like, main character syndrome or something where they think they can do no wrong. And it's like, that's just not how humans are, right? We all make mistakes. We all fuck up. Maybe not as colossally or on live television like these people did, but like, you know, it's human. Yeah, I mean, it's just obnoxious and it's annoying, and they really should bring back more punishments and really deter people who aren't really about this show from applying to this show, because it was so much better when they cast people who actually applied. This whole thing where they recruit people, I mean, sometimes we get like, you know, good candidates. We get like, you know, Taylor. I guess Kyle kind of has like he's like adjusted really well to the game, like mindset wise, aside from this whole Stockman's debacle with Alyssa. And I'm calling it a Stockman's because it's not even a showman's in my opinion. It's really just like somebody just being worn down by a predator, like, in my opinion. Like, you can't really argue that it wasn't really that, because I mean, anyway, let's not get into that again. But yeah, like, I mean, some of the recruits, I will admit, have been entertaining, and I'm not saying you can't have like maybe 2-3 recruits, but 6, you got 6 out of 16. That's looking like almost half. All right, like I think that's too much. It's too much. And the people who did apply, the people who actually applied, Pooch, Indy, Jasmine, these are the people who applied. Terrence applied. Okay, we're just letting everybody in. You got Amira from LinkedIn. I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing, casting? Because, like, really, it's embarrassing. Like, I understand you want hot people on the show because people want to look at hot people. I get that. I totally understand. You can have, like, a couple of hot people and then just put weirdos in there. Just a lot of weirdos, because that will be much more interesting. Just have a bunch of, like, very different types of people. I mean, it's been said before, but I'll say it again. Season 10, they just had a bunch of really different people, you know, and they didn't even have to add twists. And that's literally like, when people say their favorite season of Big Brother, they'll say a lot of different things, but usually people say BB10, and, you know, they really need to bring that back. And that's all I have to say.
I think casting twists have been the most successful on the show instead of regular twists. I mean, the golden age of Big Brother, I think Big Brother 4 with the X's, Big Brother 5 with the what was that thing where they had the half brothers and sisters, BB6 with the
DNA, Project DNA.
Yes, Project DNA. You had BB6 with the secret partners. There's just so many good examples of casting. Not like Christy and Tommy. No tea, no shade, no pink lemonade. But there's so many good examples of casting twists that they could do instead of doing festy bestie or whatever they're doing. I agree with you. They need to start putting. Why haven't they put in a psychic? Put in someone that thinks they can see dead people and they can see the future and all that. Put in a mom that does toddlers and tiaras. I don't know. Put in some people that, like, are just weird and, like, you know who they are before you even look at them. Like, oh, that's the lady that thinks that she can see dead people. I don't know. Put some pizzazz in there. You know what I'm saying? And in the words of Terrence, Where are the applicants? Where are the applicants? So many people applied to the show. You're telling me you can't find 16 people that are really interesting? I think it's just lazy, if I'm being honest with you, because it's really easy to just go on Tinder or LinkedIn or Bumble and find random people to throw in the house. But there's so many great people that want to be on the show that I know. Shit, I know a 70-year-old ex-bounty hunter. Her name is Gloria Query. Insane. She's wanted to go on Survivor for years and has never gotten to go on the show, and it always confuses me because she's such a huge personality. Now, don't get it twisted. I don't think you should fill the house with Stan Twitter people. I don't think you should put all super fans in there, because we've seen super fans crash and burn and not live up to the hype. So don't get it twisted. I don't want all super fans in there. But and then there was a comment made about punishments. How about let's do this? You have Nicole that is talking about how she wants to beat the shit out of Brittany or whatever she said. Let's give her a costume punishment where she has to walk around with cushions on her hands so she can't hurt anybody. Daniel wants to call Taylor or Brittany a bitch. Okay, for a week you have to dress up like a dog. Since you want to call people dogs, you're going to dress up like a dog. How about that? Start giving these people punishments that match the crime, and then they'll stop doing it. And definitely the point that you made about people, being the hero in their own story. If you go in that house and you think America loves you, odds are they hate you. Season after season, we're the good people in the house. No one ever likes you. Remember when the racists in season 15 thought they were the good people? And they thought Aaron was a fan favorite? Don't make me laugh. So it's just ridiculous. And listen, I know if I went on Big Brother, I would not be a nice person. I know I would be getting into fights, and I would be fully ready for people to not like me when I'm out the house. I would not be delusional about it. And it's just so weird that Daniel and Nicole think that they're fan favorites after the way they've been behaving. They're like, I don't know if you guys saw this. They said earlier that, Big Brother brings out the worst in people and the best in people, but it's definitely brought the best out in us. Like, yeah, totally. And yeah, I've completely forgot that Cooch has a kid. Why are you going on national television when you have a kid to take care of? Like, that is crazy. And it's unfortunate that anytime you have a young, skinny, beautiful person that goes on Big Brother, it doesn't matter what they do, they're gonna have an audience. They're gonna have a fan base. It's an unfortunate thing to say, but it's just the truth. And it needs to be talked about more. Anyways, Ola, thank you for waiting. I'm going to go over to you. I want to give a shout out to some of the people in the audience that I know as well. I know my girl Ashley, my co-host Chantel's out there, Miss Price, Anthony, Jessica Milagros is out there. Hey girl, I loved you on BB21. You were the only good part of that season. But Ola, you have the floor.
So, I agree with a lot of stuff that's being said, definitely, especially about, like, public offenses should warrant public apologies, like, 100%. But one thing I wanted to touch on is that the what was spoken about, kind of like this also being on CBS and how they're, like, editing it. They're wanting it to be family friendly. But the way that this show is, like, structured, it's, like, not supposed to be family friendly. Like, you're saying we're going to put a bunch of people in this house, see how they, like, act and figure out who's going to win this game. Then, like, let's see how they act. Like, we should not be editing, like, how they are acting. Some people fold under the pressure of Big Brother. Look at Paloma. Like, she had, a mental breakdown within the first week of being in that house. Like, that's a real thing. Some people cannot handle the pressure of, like, having people's eyes on them, not knowing who to trust, not knowing, like, what am I saying and how is it being misconstrued or how is it being, like, portrayed to other people. Like, that's important. And so what we're really seeing this season especially is, like, the most, like, unprotected person in the world is the dark-skinned black woman. And it is so unfortunate to watch this girl. Even today on the feeds, Michael came on and he was like, or it was yesterday, last night, he's like, I got questioned because I was talking to you, Taylor and Brittany. And Taylor was like, well, God forbid I have friends. Like, this girl is being so put down by these people, so much so that they might not even realize what they're doing to her is is racist and has bias like behind it. But this is how people like Taylor, who look like Taylor, go about life every single day. And so for when they come out here and they do these half-assed apologies because people are coming out their life, or they're going to put the blame on the person that's actually being victimized or ostracized or targeted, it's just like, this is life. This is real life. People everywhere are like that. And that's why Paloma has these fans, because there are people like her who are like, yeah, she did that and it was okay. Like, that's what I would do in that situation. Why is that wrong? CBS needs to come out here and be like, what we watched on this past season, these are the things that we do not agree with, and these are, like, sorry, like, I know we casted you, but, like, we did not ask you to do these things on live television. You're on your own. Like, we don't support these people, and put them on blast so that they know, like, nobody is co-signing their behavior but them.
100%. And to kind of circle back to what Paloma had said on her dumbass TikTok, where she said that her race had nothing to do with my comment. It's just like, girl, you do not know that. You don't know. Everyone has biases. Everybody, whether we want to admit it or not. Like, no one ever wants to have to say that they're racist or that they did something because of someone's race or their gender. No one wants to say that. But damn it, look at the statistics, look at the history, and just be like, listen, I didn't mean to do that. I might have some things I need to work on, some bias I have, and I will work to do better, and then actually do better. Don't just say you'll do better, actively do better. So it always annoys me whenever people come on and they say, well, race had nothing to do with it. It's like, you have no idea. You have no idea if it did or it didn't. Like, you need to reflect on yourself beforehand. Dumpling Daughter had her hand raised, and then Betty had her hand raised.
All right. I wanted to, before I talked about what I was going to talk about live feeds, I wanted to talk about bias and racism. I didn't watch the show the entire season, but I remember the person that played Fez on Euphoria. I remember him saying that he was racist, and it was something that he has to, as a white person, constantly work against being. Because what people don't realize is there are certain things and certain structures that are put into place, whether it's social, economic, political, geographic, all of these things, all of these structures, especially American structures, all of these have racism embedded in it. And it's so deeply embedded in it that to say that everybody has bias is almost like is almost minimizing. No, everyone that is white is racist, and I believe that they need to be constantly working on those behaviors that support racism. Because like I said before, if you're not trying to dismantle it or push back on it, you know, knowing that if you get an opportunity that you probably would have never gotten that opportunity were you not white or white adjacent, or if you get forgiven for something, or you get a pass for doing something, would you have gotten that forgiveness or that pass if you were not white or white adjacent?
That's true.
And so I think that racism is so deeply embedded that, yes, some people don't even know that the things they're doing is racist, but it is racist. And so I don't like for it to be called bias, because I think the bias kind of minimizes the fact that it is in fact racism. And of course, you know, people can disagree with me, but you know, I teach African American studies, so I look at this kind of stuff all the time. Also, with live feeds, let me turn a corner here. Live feeds. Live feeds are on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with the exception of when they turn them off for ceremonies, veto ceremonies, live shows, so on and so forth. So we know that there's, in a 24-hour period, that they might be off for maybe maximum on a day where there's a live show, maybe 4 hours they would be off. And so it always chaps my hide when people get off the show and they say you don't see everything on live feeds. You're absolutely right. We don't see everything, but we see more than you. So we know more than you. So don't you dare try to come out here and gaslight us super fans, us live feeders. Hell, not even those of us that aren't watching the show and we're just following along on Twitter. Don't come out here and try to gaslight us into what we don't see. Because if what we see on 4 cameras is awful, imagine what we would see on almost 100 cameras. I don't know how many cameras are in the Big Brother house, but imagine how awful that would be. And so don't come out here and say, well, you didn't see when I was talking to Taylor when we were in lockdown in the HOH. First of all, y'all can't even talk game when you're locked down in HOH. And if you do, you'll notice that they'll have some sort of punishment when they come out of that lockdown. I've been told that they get a punishment when they come out of lockdown if they talk about the game during that HOH lockdown. So you might have these conversations in HOH, but don't try to, gaslight us into thinking we can't see everything. Because if a recruit like Taylor, I believe it was early this morning, she figured out the cameras. She's like, I think all 4 cameras must be on us right now. And they asked her why. I think it was her, Kyle, maybe Michael and Turner were in the kitchen. And she said, because when I'm moving, or when we're moving, the cameras are moving with us. And so the cameras must not be on in any other room because we've got every single camera in here following us. So we must be having an interesting conversation or there's a boring conversation going on in the other rooms. And then Michael talked about how live feeds, if you get under the covers, they'll still like stay in the room with the sex. But if you like get out from under the covers and have the sex, then they won't have the live feeds on you. And so I think that if recruits can figure out the live feeds, not a one of those folks better come out here and talk about how we didn't see everything. We see more than you. We've always seen more than you. And if you don't have the mental and the mental strength to come out and watch live feeds from your season, don't ever talk to me about what live feeds did or did not do, especially when the show is so completely opposite of the actual narrative on the show. And that's just one of my things on the soapbox I like to talk about because it drives me nuts to hear them talk about, you didn't see everything. No, but I saw more than you. And I always will see more than you because I'm a live feeder.
Yes. That was awesome, Dumpling Daughter. So Ola just shared a tweet that said, Kyle, I really like her, Alyssa. I don't know what to do because she's on the outside of Leftovers. And that's it. That's why I hate the fact that Nicole and Daniel are still fucking in there. Because Alyssa is probably the person that will be able to break up that alliance because she's driving Kyle away from them and towards her. So Alyssa's dangerous. They're going to have to knock out Daniel next week and then get Alyssa immediately after that. Like, even if getting Alyssa's out better, I still want Daniel's ass to go first. Like, I'm not even going to lie. I don't care about the strategy. Just get his ass out of there before the jury. But they need to... Alyssa's a problem for that alliance for sure. Next up is Betty.
I think Kamisha had her hand up before me, so she can go. Hi, Kamisha.
Hi, Kamisha.
Hi, everybody. Well, first of all, thank you for letting me speak. I won't take too much of your time. I'll try not to anyway. I know you're talking about the hotmess.com we watch every day. But one thing I want to say, I know this is not my space, so I'll be careful. Y'all know how I can go roll. But the support that Black people in the house, not just them, the people that report on this show, also, their support is not there. But I want to say to the alum of Big Brother who watched the show from outside looking in, I think there needs to be more support there as well for those bloggers and other content creators, and even just talking about the racist things are happening on the show, I feel a lot of people don't want to have that conversation. I feel like that everyone's just like hiding and, you know, just supporting certain things or whatever, and it's trash. It really is. It's bullshit to me. I'm gonna call like I see it, like I always do. And I love Dylan, and I love, you know, how he supports me, and just, you know, just the people that support me on Twitter. But I have to call this out. That's just how I am. I think there needs to be more support. Stop hiding behind the bullshit. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm in the cuss. Stop hiding behind it, and, you know, be real. It's racism. It's been racism for a long time on this show. But I've been digging deep into how it's outside of Twitter as well. Like I said before, the content creators like myself, like Betty, other people, are talking about this. This support needs to be there. And I want to see more alum from Big Brother speak up more. I feel like a lot of them are hiding. And it doesn't matter the race. Because Taylor, if things happen to her, only certain people are saying stuff about it, like Tiffany or whatever, new people. It should be more than that. It should be literally almost every alum should be on their channel, using their platform to speak about this.
Absolutely.
And I'm not seeing that.
Absolutely.
Whoever gets offended, I'm sorry. But not sorry. As far as Nicole, y'all know how I feel about Halfhead. I just want her to go home. I don't like Alyssa and him with the little kissing thing. It's going to cause problems. Showman says, I know that Big Brother loves that, but I think that it could hurt the alliance if she's involved, because she's messy. She's all about the girls crap, and all she cares about is Kyle. She doesn't like any of the rest of them. And I just think she's weak. Now, if they can bring her in, which, I mean, Kyle probably can get her to do anything. Let's also start there. I believe he can get her to do whatever he wanted done, she would do it, even after one little kiss. Can you imagine if he gave him some more than that? Anyway, I think that he can convince her to do whatever she needs. So if she needs to come to the Alliance, she'll do whatever. She'll even lie to Jasmine over him. Like if he said, we're gonna make it to the end, just one-on-one, she would do whatever. So in a way it's annoying, but in a way I think he can use it to their advantage for leftovers, in my opinion. I say use her. She loves him so much, she wants to be with him so bad, even though she's a person, I'm doing the air quotes, at home. Use her for whatever you can and call it a day. That's all I gotta say. Thank you, sweetie.
Thank you, Kamisha. And for anyone that doesn't know, Kamisha also has, I think I said this earlier, but Kamisha has her own blog page that she runs, and she has her Twitter spaces that she runs. They're a great time. So give Kamisha a follow. I have to agree with you. Obviously, there is a limit to how big an alliance should be for it to be successful, but there's nothing wrong with bringing someone in as a number. Absolutely not. Didn't Alyssa leak the girls thing to Kyle? I could be misremembering, but Kyle could do whatever he wants with Alyssa. Shit, he got Alyssa to cheat on her boyfriend for him. She is all in. She's on the boat for Kyle, 100%. So if they're smart, they'll use Alyssa as a number to just lock down a vote. Like, for example, this week, if they don't want Monty to have to break the tie for Alyssa to stay, they need Terrence's vote. Well, shit, you could be in a situation where you have Alyssa as that vote to push it over the edge instead. So I think Kamisha raises a great point, and absolutely more alumni should be speaking out about the Taylor situation. I don't know if it's fear of not being invited back for the challenge, or if it's just the fact that they don't want to address their own bullshit and their own racism. And I am glad that Dumpling Daughter said what she said. It's good to say the word racism, because that's what it is. We need to call it like we see it. But more people need to speak out about this, and Kamisha speaks about this on her review. It's really important to highlight black content creators. I remember I had a friend, Jimmy Pink, who was on my show years ago. She was on season 2 of I Love Money, and she used to do recaps for RuPaul's Drag Race. And she kind of got pushed out of that community by these twinks that kind of took over and monopolized the Drag Race review fandom before what is it called with Trixie Mattel and Bob the Drag Queen, where they do official. But whatever it is, make sure that you support black small content creators, and specifically black small content creators. Very important. Betty, thank you for your patience. I'm going to give you the floor.
Sorry, I had to unlock my phone. So So yeah, just to piggyback on some comments that Queen made, this is a country that was founded on stolen land, a genocide of a people, and then was built by a group of enslaved people. Everything's about race. I don't want to hear any fucking more. It's not about race. Yes, the fuck it is. When you look at the history of this country, that's what it is. You don't like it? Go to some other country where people didn't steal the land and where there was an enslavement, which I don't know where you're going to find one. Because if there was an enslavement, there was colonization, so I don't know where the fuck you're gonna go. But I'm tired of hearing that. And I said very early on in the beginning of this season, and I've said it with other seasons, Black people and other people of color have never had the option to watch this game and just sit there and talk about strategy. Because there's always racism and colorism that happens every single fucking time. So if I don't get to sit here and just enjoy this as a game, why are you sitting in my face crying about something that you will never be the victim of and tell me that I'm ruining an experience for you? So you should get to have this great, wonderful experience of Big Brother, but you don't care that a lot of us can't?
Absolutely.
Because we're the ones on Twitter talking.
Yep.
We're the ones on YouTube talking. We're the ones that some little intern at CBS is looking at what we say and deciding how they're going to play this narrative out and what they're going to do and what production is going to get involved in. You have no motherfucking show if it wasn't for us.
Yep.
But you want to sit in my face and get mad about the things that I say. People even get mad about mild things that I say. Some white person will come in my replies and go off. I'm not going to do it anymore. And that's why Queen said what she said about I don't like to hear it as bias. Because when you say bias, it's letting people off the hook. Unconscious bias, implicit bias. No. The way that Taylor was treated in this house is blatant racism and colorism. Period, point blank. I don't want to hear about unconscious, nothing. We're done with that. It's 2022. We all saw a Black man assassinated in the street. I'm done mincing words with you because when we were nice, it didn't work. So now I'm going to put my foot on your neck and see what you think then. I'm done. You don't care about me, so I'm going to say what I have to say. That's just it. And going back to Taylor, I told y'all, as soon as Paloma looked over there, when she was in the pool, and she saw Taylor in that red swimsuit playing pool with the guys, in her mind, it was a wrap. Because she's insecure, and she does not love her body. So she looked at that beautiful, dark-skinned woman, and she said, well, who the fuck are you to be so confident when you're the least valued woman in society? Who the fuck are you to be over with those guys getting attention from them? The moment she looked over there, and saw her, she decided it was a wrap. Now, let's say Alyssa was as tall as Taylor, had the body that Taylor had, and looks like the way that Taylor does in a swimsuit. Let's say that. If Alyssa had gone over there, and let's say Paloma had gone to Jasmine and tried to say, oh, Alyssa's whole strategy is that, she's like trying to get the guys to like her, and I can't believe she's playing the way, You know what would have happened? What would have happened is, Jasmine might have agreed in the conversation, but she would have gone to Nicole or to some other Indy or whoever, and she would have said, oh, Paloma's jealous of Alyssa, and I don't like it. And Paloma would have become a target. That's what would have happened if a white woman did that and they all tried to gang up on her. That's what would have happened. But because you got a dark-skinned Black woman, they all jumped on her and dogpiled on her and bullied her. And even if, Janelle has said a lot of shit that I don't fuck with. A lot. But a lot of people have said, and from what I've seen, I didn't watch her season, but I watched when she came back from All-Stars, and I've seen some clips. A lot of people have said that Janelle's downfall in Big Brother has always been jealous women. Always. So even white women, this has been done to in the game. The difference is when you're a white woman, there's usually at least one or two people that will come to your defense. When you're a dark-skinned black woman like Taylor, she didn't have nobody until they tipped them off.
That's true.
Even though there are 4 other black people in the house. That's the difference. And so if you are talking about this situation and you don't have the range to see that, you can't bring up these issues. That's why it's so important what Kamisha is saying is that you need to give a platform to black women and other people of color when these issues come up, because we know them because we deal with them every day. So if you can't understand these issues, platform somebody else who can, because people need to know what's really going on in this house season after season. And I'll go on mute after that.
Thank you so much for speaking, Betty. That was great. I really appreciate you speaking. I can tell that everything you say comes from the heart, and people need to hear that. And I'm going to call upon some of the bigger podcasters out there, like Rob has a podcast, to start talking about this stuff. Because I know that I have viewers that get mad at me whenever I have to talk about this season after season because it's consistently happening. And my problem is, and this is my thing, if you don't want to hear it, then find another channel. There's so many channels out there that will brush over these issues and not talk about it and leave it as it is. It has to be talked about. If we don't talk about it, nothing is going to come of it. There's going to be no change. And I'm really calling on Rob Has a Podcast because they are the biggest platform on here to talk about Big Brother and Survivor. And I really wish they would do more to talk about these issues and to shed a light onto it. So, again, thank you so much, Betty, for saying that. And I'm so glad that, and I hope that the people in the audience, I know I definitely took a lot from it. I hope that even one person was able to take something from that. The next person that was on my list was Oliver.
Before you go to the next person, sorry.
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say the reason why I'm so passionate about these things, it's not just because, you know, I've been subjected to racism my whole life, but it's also because, in particular, I love this game, and I want to be able to sit here and just watch this game the way that white people can, but I can't because of what's going on. I can't because of the way I'm triggered by the racism in this house. And like I said, I'm glad I've been afforded the opportunity to talk about colorism because I've been talking about that a lot, but people are paying much more attention to it now. So that I actually am thankful for, that I can do that and I can help try to dismantle it. But I'm so passionate because I'm tired of it. It's season after season of this, and it's enough. That's why I'm so passionate about what I'm saying. I want to watch this game, and I want to have 50 million spaces about strategy. I want to have 50 million spaces about who should be on the block or not. I don't want to have to talk about racism and colorism every week, but I'm going to because people need to know. People need to become educated so that they can start talking about it. And so we all can say, we're not going to stand for it. And we have to keep saying it until it changes, because without us, they never would have spoken to those people in that house if it wasn't for us. So that's why when you see something wrong, you need to stand up. We all need to stand up against oppression. Point blank, period. Whether it's something small, whether it's something big. My grandmother told me, you stand up even if you have to stand alone. And I'm saying that to everybody here that can hear my voice. Stand up even if you have to stand alone. Because what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong.
Retweet. Thank you so much, Betty. Next up is Oliver.
I cannot agree more, and I'm just going to amplify what Betty said because, period. And also, too, the other part, too, is like, when you have people who are the most marginalized and who are the most oppressed, when they win, everybody gets a cut out of that. Everybody. So you guys need to really boost up all these people, whether it's black femmes, black trans women, because also those are really, really, really marginalized people. But when we all win, everybody wins. I do want to point that. I forgot who it was earlier. I think it was Queen who said it about the live feeds. I wanted to add on to that because it's like when people come out of the house and say, "Oh, you don't see everything on the live feeds and all this stuff." My thing is this is like, okay, if we don't see everything, how do people in the house know when live feeds are on or off? Because for me, it would be like, all right, so you're trying to pitch this thing about Taylor being a bully. For that to happen, she would have to actually show she's a bully. But you're telling me she only showed that she was a bully during the cams were off? But then every time we've seen her, she's like this really actually upstanding person. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Where I'm like, all right, young people be delusional, but that's fine. But I also wanted to also add on to Kamisha's point about Alyssa. Alyssa is, first of all, a loose cannon because she was the one who leaked the whole thing to Kyle. And okay, listen, I'm a part of the final two of Taylor and whoever. So if everybody else inside the leftovers wants to use this Kyle and Alyssa thing to their advantage to boot them out, I'm kind of here for it because it's one less threat for Taylor to deal with. So you know what? Keep Alyssa along. Keep it along because I'm here for the downfall. I'm okay with that. You know, it's all right. It's okay. But yeah, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Listen, at this point, that's all I'm rooting for as well. I just want Taylor to get to that final two. I want her to win. It would be the best underdog story in the history of Big Brother. Fuck Janelle, fuck all those other people. This would be the best underdog story in the history of Big Brother. I want Taylor to get to that final two. I don't care who she's sitting next to. My only fear is them not rewarding her. And that's why I want Daniel and Nicole out before we even get to the jury phase. Even though Alyssa is the bigger threat, I don't fucking care. I want those two gone, and I want Taylor in that final two. Point blank in the period. I saw Kamisha raise her hand, and then I believe Morgan and Ola, and then Meme Queen and Lele, or Lily, I don't want to pronounce her name wrong, and then back to Betty. So Kamisha, I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay, I want to say, why is it that it took the cookout and a dark-skinned woman to be bullied for people to speak? Now, with Taylor, and I can say this because I'm a dark-skinned or whatever, I'm black, I'm a woman. So seeing Taylor, what she goes through, I identify with it because I'm a blogger and I go through the same shit. A light-skinned blogger or somebody like Rob will get highlighted more. Alum will support a light-skinned black person or a white person over a black. I hate to say it, and if you watch my stuff, you know I keep it a book.
It's true.
I don't care who's listening. So I'm just saying, why is it it took this for people to look at it when it's been going on since the happy birthday cake, and the second Big Brother, whatever that was. I'm just saying, why does it take over 20 years for somebody to notice that it's bullshit? Like from the, even the cookout, and that's one season. So now we go to the next season, we have a black woman who's being bullied. Why? And then the fact that Paloma's coming out saying that she was bullied by Taylor, that's some bull. I dragged the crap out of Paloma on TikTok. She has a whole TikTok talking about, oh, I was bullied. I dropped a pineapple. I came out the shower, and she made fun of me or whatever. I'm like, girl, I'm so tripping thinking that everybody gonna come out their house saying they were a victim of Taylor. That's why they dragged her. And I think that is so horrible and so sad. I'm not saying there's not racism in brown or Spanish or anything. I'm not saying anything. There's racism in all that stuff. I'm really talking about what's happening to her because she's the only one that it is happening to on camera. And to speak to what everyone was saying about the live feeds and us not seeing, I agree with you. We're seeing everything. They're making up stuff and trying to use editing as an excuse.
confusing why physical violence is an immediate expulsion, but not sexual violence. Because to me, I think they're both just as equally wrong. If not, sexual violence might be even worse because it's inherently dehumanizing and taking advantage of somebody. So to me, it's just kind of weird how a so-called family-friendly show will exclude racism and constant sexism or foul language to keep up with the brand of their show, but when they see actual sexual assault and violence, they won't take care of that. So it's just kind of confusing to me how they can claim that they're trying to do this because they want to be family friendly, but then they constantly support and almost have a blind eye towards legitimate and very visual sexual violence.
Well, at the end of the day, what it comes down to is they want to minimize as much negative press as they possibly can. And I think a lot of people on here have spoken about that they don't really care about what's happening in the house. They care about what's making the headlines. And that's ultimately why most of this stuff is not making the air, because they'd rather create this perfect picture of what the show is. Because at the end of the day, what the hell is the brand of Big Brother? What is it? I'm so confused, because on one end, you have them telling these corny-ass jokes that one of the failed actors in their department wrote. These corny lines, I want a turkey leg at the Renaissance Fair. And then on the other end, you got Kyle talking about how horny he is for Alyssa. It's like, I'm so confused. Like, who is the audience? Who is the audience?
And, like, the thing that confuses me is that I don't know how, like, they're so suggestive in the DRs, but haven't told Jasmine to get up and start walking it. That's all I'm gonna say.
We all know Jasmine can walk. What is she doing with that scooter?
Miss Buttcrack Butterbeans over here needs to actually start walking instead of acting like she's Christmas.
I'm sorry. It's just every time I see Miss Butterbean on the screen, I lose my mind. Like, I don't want her to win. I don't want her in the house, but she just makes me cackle every time I see her on my screen. She is such a double L loser, I swear to God. And this goes back to it. They need to stop casting losers on Big Brother. Like, I'm sorry to anyone that's a Butterbean fan or that has the Butterbean stand card, but they just need to stop casting losers on Big Brother. I'm so for real. Okay, Ola, thank you for your patience. I'm gonna go to you next.
Just wanted to shout out to Morgan because I kind of heard your Animal Crossing in the background. I support. But also, just to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying, like, it's just crazy to me that, like, you're going to market yourself as, like, a family show and then, like, have all of these instances where, like, people are being harassed, people are being, like, targeted, and you're going to be like, we're just gonna get rid of it, and maybe they won't notice. Like, you can't, like, you have to figure out what you're gonna do with yourself. Like, you can't just keep throwing this all in the back burner. But aside from that, like, yesterday, just to kind of piggyback off what Betty was saying, because, girl, like, you are speaking all of our minds, but Taylor literally put on the hottest swimsuit I have ever seen in my life with those clear little heels, and she was like, if y'all don't make me, like, she looked amazing.
She
and
did.
She said,
Taylor
I'm gonna go out
is
there,
beautiful.
Y'all ain't gonna take my joy. Like, I'm gonna go out there. And for Nicole's rat ass, stupid little mouth to be like, if you wanna flaunt your pussy out over the yard, wearing the same level shorts that Taylor was wearing, she also goes around with her shorts fucking unbuttoned. For her to come out here with that rat ass 41-year-old mouth, to be coming out here talking about Taylor like that, like, you're a grown ass woman attacking a girl that's like half your age. Are you joking? Like, are you joking? You are so fucking unserious, so fucking pathetic. Like, I have never been so, I was like doing homework and that, like, turned on the feeds at that moment and I was so angry. And I just need this bitch to be out the fucking house. They need to have security ready to drag her out by her rat pole hair all the way out the fucking door, because I know she's gonna try and throw hands on Taylor once they vote that bitch out, and she just needs to fucking go. Her and Daniel both.
Amen.
She better not. I'm just gonna say, she better not.
I swear to God, y'all, I will make my way to Cali. She better not touch her.
Amen. Oh my gosh, if she touches her, that's why I'm saying they need to have a bouncer in there just to be safe. And listen, I don't mean to be a bully. No tea, no shade, no pink lemonade. And this is probably why I wouldn't be liked on Big Brother. But why is it the ugliest people always have the most to say? Like, Nicole and Daniel speaking on Taylor is just so weird to me. Because I said it earlier, Taylor is probably top 2, if not the most beautiful person that's ever been in the house. I said that, to me, Azza and Taylor are the most beautiful people that have been on Big Brother.
There you go, right there, boom.
Exactly. And
say it again.
And they're jealous. They're jealous. They're jealous that, and
she wants Taylor, you know, right?
Yes, exactly. So it's just so infuriating to see people like Daniel and Nicole. Like Daniel said, "Oh, I would never ever give someone like Taylor a chance." I'd be like, "You would never be in the same room as Taylor for you to even give them a chance." Shit, I would be lucky to even breathe the same air that Taylor breathes. Like, hello? It's just so weird to me to see people like Nicole and Daniel specifically talking so poorly about Taylor, about her looks, and about how she holds herself. That is what's weird to me. But anyways, next up is Meme Queen, and then Lele. Thank you so much, Lele, for waiting, by the way. I know you have had your hand raised. So Meme Queen, you're up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the whole thing with, sorry, I live by a hospital. With Daniel and Nicole, it's definitely sexual frustration they're projecting onto Taylor. Because we saw the weird business that Daniel was allegedly doing under those covers, looking at Taylor. I mean, that's weird. And then we have Nicole, like, freely talking about sex dreams she has with the other house guests. Regarding Indy. I mean, the level of horniness in that house is just gross. Like, it's only been 28 days. Come on, people. Like, y'all haven't not had sex for 28 days. It's not that hard. Like, it's really not. I mean, I understand they take away, like, your medications, and if you're on, like, an SSRI and they pull you off that shit, you may, like, it might be a little different. But, I mean, come on. You're grown-ass people. And also, it's like, you're really kind of old, too. Like,
yeah. Way too old.
You're this horny at your big age. Like, disturbing for anyone who had to come into contact you in your, like, formative years. Because, like, damn, like, control yourself. Like, but yeah, no, I've definitely been just, like, on they're quitting before they're fired type beat that Nicole and Daniel are on, where they're like, Taylor isn't that attractive. Taylor is the most attractive person in that house, period. No questions about it. You can try and argue with me all day and all night. Taylor is the most beautiful person in that house, and I do agree that Ozza and her are, like, definitely top 2 of the most beautiful people. I mean, I even tweeted that. I was like, the other day when I had both of them on my screen, I was like, yep, so blessed to have these beautiful pageant queens on my TV on the same night, like, because it's true. Mm-hmm. And they're like, I mean, with the whole, like, Nicole situation, like, I mean, she's 41 and she's single. And I'm not saying that, like, you can be 41 and single and be a totally normal person, but for her, it's very obvious why she is. It's very obvious why Daniel is. Like, it's not even a looks thing. It's really, like, because I don't even really think Nicole is, like, terrible looking. It's really, like, I was like, okay, she's fine. She's not fine, but she's okay, right? But for me, the personality ruins anything. there. Like, the same happened with Alyssa. I don't think she's very attractive either, but, you know, the personality ruined it for me. Paloma, her personality ruined it for me. I don't even understand how anyone's attracted to Pooch at this point. Like, I see these weird Pooch stands. Like, you're weird, and he can't support a child, so why are you thirsting? Does not make sense. Does not make sense. But, yeah, the level of horniness in this house is just very disturbing, and given that, like, most of the cast is, like, you know, at least in their mid to late 20s, at the very least, it's like, how are you, like, take, I don't even know it. I mean, like, even on the cams just now, and Kyle is like, I don't know what to do. I'm so horny. She's so hot. Alyssa, please come up here. Stop talking to Joseph and come up here. Oh my God, I'm so whipped. Fuck this man. Fuck this man. I was like, you know, I heard, you know, I had my hesitations about him because I was like, oh, he's ex-Mormon. He's a Republican. He's a little, you know, buff little white boy. Like, he's got golden retriever energy. Big red flag. All these things. And I was like, oh, well, he's doing this leftovers thing. Maybe I'll give him a chance. He didn't even get a week. He didn't even make it a week for me personally. I was like, this is just not my, no. Like, you're really gonna give it all up for some of that? And she's a cheater too, so she's gonna cheat on you too. Like, I don't know. He knows she's a cheater at this point. Like, he knows. So, like, I don't even understand. Like, I wouldn't give her the time of day. I'd be like, that's fucked up that you would go and embarrass, even if it wasn't like that. Like, and I'm polyamorous. So, like, and, you know, like, so I understand you can have, like, a different type of relationship structure. But what she's doing is cheating. She is a cheater, and she's not cute, and he's out here saying she's the sweetest girl and she's the cutest girl, and it's like, bruh, you were just trying to get her out of the house like 24 hours ago. I don't understand you. The, like, I don't understand. But whatever. That's my piece.
Listen, never underestimate people thinking with their dick before they think with their brain. Someone is always going to listen to their hormones and their horniness level before they listen to what's logical. But to just piggyback off what you said about Taylor and Azah, I think my most favorite thing about both of them in particular is that they're beautiful on the outside and beautiful on the inside. I don't know if anyone has, well, obviously probably Jessica's gotten to meet Azah, but I got to meet Azah online through my friend Isaiah, who does Silent Podcast. Shout out to Isaiah. And I got to meet her at the premiere party. Such a wonderful person. So kind, so nice. Like, she took the time out of, like, time in VIP to come talk with me and my friends and, like, wave at us and stuff. And, like, she was just such a lovely person at the premiere party that she hosted. And Taylor, all I've seen, I mean, from the stories I've heard about her from her real life friends who I'm friends with, to just watching her on the show, she's just a wonderful person. I mean, she prayed for Nicole after all the terrible things Nicole said about her. Like, just a genuine person, and definitely the personality matches the beauty. And that's what's important when looking for someone. And oof, but amen to that. I'm going to go over to Lele. Lele, thank you so much for waiting. You have the floor.
No problem. Okay, so I would say that she is top 2 and not 2, but, you know, she's tied for first place with Azah, because the way Azah used to walk in a room and just stun, they're both up there. They both have that same effect. So both two most stunningest people to ever grace that show. I also want to say that I as a Black woman watching, it's actually like a little bit, I don't want to say traumatizing because I don't know if it's that serious. A lot of people use that word, but it actually does really, really hurt to watch this show sometimes. And this goes back to all the way to back in the day, BB15, what happened to Candace. Thank God Candace had Howie on the show. And I remember that was the saving grace for me, that moment when Howie just protected Candace and helped her keep her composure. And to know that Taylor didn't have that in this season, it's just heartbreaking. I heard Terrence yesterday, I think it was yesterday, somebody mentioned to him that, what's her name again? The girl, Alyssa. Somebody mentioned to him that Alyssa was, might be backdoored, or might have been not backdoored, but might have been the one to go. And then he was like, I think that was the context of this comment, but I'm not sure. But I think this was the context of it, because they were talking about the veto nomination. And he said, baby girl, princess of the house. That's how he referred to her. That to me is like that stings. Like, it stung to actually hear that come out of a Black man's mouth. The way he has picked up and thrown nasty words towards beautiful Taylor, to turn around and call this little white girl baby girl, princess of the house. Like, oh my gosh, how could it be? I was just I'm hurt by those kinds of moments. Another thing that was said was Daniel. I was just watching a clip with Daniel was telling Nicole, oh my gosh, I told Alyssa to flirt with Kyle more, to flirt with him more. He's laughing because it's funny and it's cute and it's appropriate when Alyssa uses her feminine qualities to play the game. But when Taylor does it, she's a hoe, or she's whatever it is that they have in their mind. They're disgusted by it. Mm-hmm. The hypocrisy is beyond. And I know it comes from race. I know it does. Even within the Black community, Black people and a lot of Black men subscribe to the mentality that women, white women, are upheld to a higher standard of beauty and they need to be protected. They're feminine, they're softer. And Black women, I can't believe Terrence referred to her as a monster. Why? What has she done? What single thing has she done that has been monstrous? What? Nobody could name a thing. That's the thing that kills me. And I find it interesting, I found it interesting what Turner said about how he felt like the ideas about who she was sort of implanted in his head. I get it. There's groupthink. I get it. But at some point, you're a fucking adult. Use your sense. Look around you and look how people are behaving. Look at their tone. Look at their attitude. At some point, take responsibility for your actions and treat her like how she deserves to be treated. Protect her. Joseph is the only one, I think, right now that is actively protecting her. I think that they all are, the leftovers are to a certain extent. But, the fact... another thing that really kind of bothered me yesterday was Michael and Brittany, how hard they were pushing to to get, no, they were pushing to save, that's not true. They were pushing to keep Indy up on the block, but whatever. I just think that it's just her being up there. It's just, I feel for her. I know she's staying. But like, God, how many times does she have to be on the block? Like, it's disgusting. It's like you know, it's like masochistic at this point. Like, what she's been through enough. I hope that this is a turning point for her, and I hope that you know, that this plan that they have to kind of take over, you know, I think there's some gaps in it depending on who wins HOH, but you know, I think Taylor, I just think that she's, you know, last night Joseph said to her, "You're the face of the season." Like, when people say BB24, they're gonna think they're gonna see your face. It's you. You're the it girl. And she was like, "If I'm the face, then you're the heart." And I was like, that's such a beautiful thing. Yes, it was.
Sorry, I'm just so happy to hear that.
Yes, it was nice because he knows it. He knows it. I think he's actively really trying to protect her and be there for her. I think that Joseph 25 has been like she just woke up and he knows, like, this is the girl. She's the it girl. She's it. And I think he's disgusted. And like, I can't wait. It's like, I can't wait to have Nicole. I feel disgusted just watching the feeds, listening to her talk, and everything's fake. Everything's just like either negative or fake, and it's so exhausting to listen to. I can't wait till she goes. God, the rest of them all of the leftovers are getting sick of these people, by the way. Turner is sick of Jasmine. They're all like, gosh, please, let's get these people out of here. They're fucking Daniel. He's annoying. He's mean. He's disgusting. So, just his behavior has been over the top. So, anyways, I hope that, you know, this next day or so will be a smooth, next 2 days, I guess, will be a smooth kind of couple of days. And Thursday, I might have to dress up. I might have to put something on just to, like, for the moment, because when she does her speech, I hope it goes just as she planned it, because I know she will be poised and direct, and she will say exactly what it is that she wants to say, and I cannot wait for that moment.
Absolutely. And that's why it pains me to see her on that block, but I'm happy it worked out this way, because this is going to be vindication. This is going to be vindication for Taylor. She gets to send Nicole home, who has been doing all this terrible shit to her throughout the season. She gets to be the one to send her packing. She gets to say her speech. She gets to have her final hurrah with her goodbye message. Like, I hope that moving forward, the Alliance does not put her on the block. If they need a pawn, it better not be Taylor. But from the conversations they've been having, it doesn't look like Taylor will be in danger to go on the block. It looks like Monty and Joseph and Turner are saying that they don't feel like Taylor should be going on the block moving forward, and they appreciate her, which makes me the most happy. And, you know, look through all of the people you just listed, and this goes back to Big Brother needs to stop casting losers. You have Joseph, who is a lawyer, so of course he's going to have the common sense. And then you have, who else? And then you have Michael, who's an attorney. And then you have Brittany, who's a hypnotherapist. So it's just compare what these people do in the real world. And I don't mean to, like, you know, I don't mean to say, like, what you do matters. But if you just compare what these people do for a living to their attitudes in the house, it's obvious that some people have it going on and some people don't, and they're taking it out on the people in the game. And I appreciate Joseph being in the game. He's been one of my favorites from the beginning. He has a good head on his shoulders. And I just wanted to put a message out. I don't know if those trolls are still in here. If you do not follow Big Brother, I'm not putting you up to the speaker. I was not born yesterday. I know people just want to come in here to bomb the space. So stop sending me messages asking me to put you on the thing. I see that you're just a troll account. Go find something better to do. Go find a dick to suck, a clit to lick, I don't know. Find something to do. Anyways, the next person on the list was Betty. So, Betty, you have the floor.
So, first of all, I want to say I'm putting into the universe Joseph, Taylor, final two, win the game, engagement, wedding, baby, happy ever after. No, some people are saying that they're nervous about Taylor's speech that she's going to give on Thursday, and they say there needs to be security in the house. Boo-boo. Security is already in the house. His name is Joseph, because if Nicole make a move towards Taylor, she will be tackled and put down by King Joseph. Please believe it. Please believe it, baby. So I'm not worried at all, because he don't play about Taylor. So that's number one. Number two, I do not want Alyssa to be brought in to the leftovers at all. I do not trust her at all. Her mouth is too big. She be talking too much. She gonna go and run and spill everything to Jasmine, and I don't fucking want that. Absolutely not. So if it once, numbers go down, if they have to end up getting rid of Kyle because Alyssa becomes too much of a liability, I'm fine with that. Because now it's starting to seem like he feels torn and all this. No, she cannot be involved. 3, I'm looking at these updates of what Kyle is saying about Alyssa. He's talking about, I love you, I want to move in with you, give you all my money. Child, production is involved. Look, let me tell you, Satan works hard, but Kris Jenner and BB Production works harder. Okay? These people are 1,000% involved in this, because he was not saying nothing like this, like even 2 days ago. So they are involved. They're leading him a certain way because they need a showmance for filler. Because without a showmance, what are they going to use? So I don't like this at all. That girl is a sexual harasser. He does not need to be involved with her. I agree with what Moon said. He does not have a lot of sexual or relationship experience, it seems. And he does not need to start with somebody who was harassing. Like, somebody was harassing you, and then now you get involved with them? No, that's not how he needs to get into things. I think he has a lot of sexual and intimacy issues that he needs to work out with a therapist. He does not need to be involved with this girl. I don't like this at all. I'm bothered by it. I want better for him, and that's it.
Well, what I'm assuming they're doing is they're dangling a carrot in front of Kyle's face of success and money and followers. And y'all got to remember, Kyle's a TikToker. So he's one of these people that wants the follows. He's one of these people that wants to build an online presence, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if someone in the diary room was like, look, if you have a showmance, you could go on to have more money and more followers and all this stuff. So I would not be surprised if that's why Kyle has changed his tune a little bit. And to piggyback off of the sexual experience thing, I mean, having, I don't know how deep Kyle has been in the Mormon religion, but I do know the deeper you go, there is kind of a culture that you can get engulfed in, similar to Scientology, to where you're limited by the things you're allowed to do, and I know that sex is one of those things you're limited not to do. So I wouldn't be surprised that's why, again, I want to know how deep he was in the Mormon faith. And this is no shade to anyone here who is of the Mormon faith, but I'm really curious if this is maybe the first sexual experience he's able to have, potentially. But I don't want to go too deep into that. That's a whole nother can of worms to open. So I'm going to go to Kamisha.
Somebody said something earlier about black women being overly sexualized, and I spoke about this yesterday. I speak about this a lot because that's been a constant thing. They used to display us like a zoo, black women, and people would pay. Like, you go into an actual zoo to watch the animals, they would pay the watchers because of our body shape. Because let's be clear, not saying nobody else have the curves and everything, but we have the ass and the titties and the shapes and all these things, okay? So they was amazed by it. The sad thing is, nothing really has changed. They still look at us that way, as if we're just good for, cooking, cleaning. Look how they treat Taylor. Oh, she didn't get the shoes outside. Is she a fucking maid? She's a cook. She's a cleaner. And she's supposed to be there to satisfy people's sexual needs or whatever. So when she blurted out that thing to Monty, it was cringy for me to watch that as a 46-year-old black woman, very proud of that age, might I add, and look this way on top of the fact. But it was cringe for me to watch that because of the fact she was saying that like she had to explain herself to Nicole and she didn't have to. But she felt that way. She knew she came downstairs at a certain time, or whatever time it was, 5:45 in the morning, that the substance was going to be there. I mean, even though she didn't know that she said the little comment about floating your pussy and all that shit, she's already
I'm gonna go grab my charger. I'll be right back.
They look at her like, oh, the guys are going to want her. The whole girls thing. Let me say something that Sheena, we spoke about this the other day, Kiss My Cheeks. If she was fucking him to get ahead, okay, why are you mad? Are you mad because your pussy isn't gold? Which one is it? Half the shit that's going on in his household is jealousy and envy, which is stupid. There's nothing about competition. I really want to piggyback also what Sheena said. I feel like I'm always like the angry black woman. I do feel like that sometimes. I'm not. But when it comes to speaking out for my people, I'm going to do that. This makes me angry. It does. I'm very passionate about it. So I do want to just watch the show. Do whole lives about, so people come into my chat and tell me, your whole thing is about Taylor. That's what you're blogging about. Okay, show me something different. I'll wait. I've been waiting for 20 years. I'm still seeing the same shit. Am I supposed to be quiet and not say anything about that? Even though I'm saying the same thing over and over and over, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to call up on the rock and hide because I want to be a big blogger. I'm not going to do that shit. I'm not going to ever sacrifice my beliefs, who I am, or my people just to get a blue check mark. I'll never be afraid to say how I feel. I know how business is run a certain way, and I get it. But some things you just can't let go. And to me, this whole thing with Taylor this year is a wake-up call we've been knowing about, but it's sad that, like, everybody's like, oh, my God, da-da-da. I'm like, girl. Like, people don't watch the live feed. Some people think that for longer that was a ruse. Like, oh, she's not being bullied because they don't watch the live feeds. And I'm like, for the longest, Big Brother was not showing that. They just started showing it because we all have been dragging them on Twitter. So now they're showing it. But in the beginning, they weren't. So the narrative for people who watch the show, not live feeds, would think, oh, well, I think Taylor's what's wrong with her? She's being dramatic or whatever. And so I'm happy that it's all out. I'm happy that everybody gets to see it. But my thing is, what's going to be the next step? We're talking about this. We're having these conversations. We are opening this all up. What's going to happen? Are the alum going to change? And not all alum. There are some alum who's speaking out. Tiffany's speaking out. Xavier, a few of people, not just the cookout, they're speaking out. So when is it going to be where everybody is standing up and not, like he said earlier about fucking hiding? Stand up. Are you worried about a Big Brother contract? Some of y'all ain't doing shit. I'm sorry. So what does it matter if you be quiet now? Stand up for the people you see being done dirty. I'm irritated now. That's all I gotta say.
Retweet all day, every day. I think that was... And listen, I salute you, and I salute any other podcaster out there that speaks their mind and isn't afraid to say what has to be said. I know a lot of podcasters are afraid to speak out against the show and speak out of contestants because they want to be on the in crowd. They want to be able to go to these meet and greets and be in the VIP or someday go on the show. Bitch, I don't give a fuck about that. And neither should you. Listen, I've done recaps I did recaps for Audrey Middleton's show. I did recaps for Big Brother back in the day when they were trying to do this new app thing. And I talked a lot of shit about the people in the house that I didn't like. And guess what? They will respect you for it. And if they don't respect you for it, well then, bitch, fuck them. Who cares? You didn't know them before the show. You won't know them after the show. So it's important. You never know who's listening. And you never know who you're going to touch with what you say in your words. Like, you never really realize it. So I give you so much props, Kamisha, for speaking your mind unapologetically and unfiltered. Someone in the YouTube chat, Mary Poppins y'all, put a quote from Kyle that I wanted to read out. So apparently Kyle had said on the feeds, whether it hurts my game or not, I would rather enjoy moments with people that I care about. We just need to be more discreet about it. so basically, this is Kyle reinforcing that he is going to be loyal to the leftovers, even though we're having some fears about him possibly switching over for Alyssa. Hopefully, this means he is with the leftovers for the long haul. It's refreshing to finally see bad behavior in Big Brother be called out. It would have been better if it was called out from the jump, but I'm glad at least something is being said. Like, because it's just exhausting season after season. But anyways, the next person that was on was Reality. I want to give BB Junkie for Life the floor. Thank you for being patient.
Hi there. Thank you for having me on. I was going to add to this, to Lily's point about Terrence. He has really disappointed me because, you know, in the first week, you know, Taylor was the only person to give him the time of day and talk to him and have nice conversations with him, where everybody else just completely ignored him and acted like he wasn't even there. And then the first minute he hears a rumor about, you know, she told a lie about Paloma, he was like, that bitch and that monster. And so I just don't trust him at all. And the second point I wanted to make is I don't know how to share a tweet here, but I saw a tweet from the updates overnight, and here I'll read it to you. But it's from the live feed update.
BB Junkie, send that tweet to Astro Meme Queen, or send it to one of the people that are on the panel, and because they know how to do it. So send them the tweet in a direct message, and they'll share it for you. But go ahead and share what it said.
Okay, it says, Dan says Tay was next to Kyle in the kitchen earlier. And Dan's going, are you kidding me? And Nicole goes, we can't even entertain. I don't want to talk about this because, one, it doesn't matter. And two, it's just giving her attention. And that is what she wants. She wants to be the topic of conversation. And the next tweet is, Dan says, it is a shitty taste tactic. And Nicole goes, she is doing what she needs to do. Whatever she's been offering those 5 people, it has been working, and it sure divided the house. And Dan says, I am hoping for the best. I think with me and as Kyle's bestie and Alyssa as Kyle's showmance, they have Kyle. So anyway, apparently Taylor does not have the right to be next to Kyle or anyone else in the kitchen. In a house where there's 13 people, this just really enraged me.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And definitely send the tweet to someone so they can put it on the Megatron. It's just so weird, the obsession that these people have with Taylor. And that reminded me when Lele was talking. I believe it was Lele or it was Kamisha. I'm pretty sure it was Lele that was saying Terrence had called Taylor a monster. And I'm not even going to say just on Big Brother. In life in general, we need to be very careful about the words that we use and the connotations that they have. Because him calling Taylor a monster is not okay. At all. In any sense of the word. So, I'm not even going to say to anyone that's going on Big Brother, I'm just going to say, in general, you need to watch the words that you're saying, because they have connotations to them, especially when you're referring to a dark-skinned black woman. So, thank you so much for speaking, BB Junkie for life. I wanted to comment on something that I saw in my YouTube chat from someone named Creative Name, that had he or she had said, I want these people to know that the Big Brother house is pretty rough and will make you do horrible things. And I've been seeing some messages from you throughout the night kind of defending the actions of the people that are in that house and saying that race had nothing to do with it and all this stuff. Listen, Big Brother does not bring out the worst part of you. It reveals parts of you. Okay? That part of them was living inside them. And I can guarantee you that their actions are not unique to the Big Brother house. Okay? And you can't say that racism has nothing to do with the mistreatment towards Taylor. Not when there's a history of mistreatment towards dark-skinned black women, not only in the Big Brother house, but just in the world in general. We can't ignore that, okay? Just because you don't experience it and you may not understand it doesn't mean that it's not true, okay? So please, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're listening. Please listen to what the people here are saying, because listen, it's not my experience, so it's hard for me to speak on this. All I can really do is give a platform to it, and that's why I really like this new format, because for years I've just done Big Brother recaps where it's just me talking, and I've always felt like it was hard for me to speak on these things because it's not my experience and I don't want to speak out of place. But it's important to listen to people that do experience racism and do experience these things and listen to what they have to say, because maybe there's something that you're missing. We don't all have the same perspective on the world. So I just wanted to comment on that because I had been repeatedly seeing creative names comments in the chat, and I just wanted to kind of call that out. So the next person that was on the queue to go, I believe, was Morgan. So Morgan, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just want to say it's just kind of weird to me the way that Kyle kind of switched up. Like, the way he's been constantly talking about getting her out, and then he was perfectly fine with not using the veto if it meant Alyssa would go home. So I don't know. I just, from a logical standpoint, it doesn't make sense. And like, I'm not going to believe the spoiler accounts, but I feel like the DR is definitely pushing a showmance on him, which is kind of weird because I feel like Taylor and Joseph are the more interesting pair, in my opinion. But even then, like, if they haven't picked up on the fact that he's not interested in doing something on national television, then why keep forcing it? And I don't know what they must have done overnight to make him go from 0 to 100, but it's just kind of weird. I'm not saying that he doesn't like her, because he said that he does, and he wouldn't really lie about that. But I feel like he was very clear that even though he liked her, he didn't want to do stuff on the show. And so it's just kind of weird how he flipped, like, very drastically without even saying anything. And that's why I feel like production had to have done something, because there's no way. And I'm kind of glad that Joseph caught it, because Joseph was the one saying, like, do not, like, pursue this. It's going to mess up your game. And Joseph seeing this, and the other people I think saw it too. Taylor knew about it. So I feel like if it means that once they kind of dwindle down, if they pair Kyle and Alyssa together once they get out, like, the bums like Jasmine and Daniel or whatever, if they pair up, like, Kyle and Alyssa together once the besties are done, honestly, like, if it means that there's, like, a target within the leftovers bigger than Taylor, that's, like, perfect. So I'm not mad at that. But I feel like it just is kind of weird how drastic it switched up. And I'm not saying that he can't change his mind. I'm just saying, based on what we've been hearing for the past 3 weeks or so, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I'm hoping, and I saw someone tweet this earlier, that Taylor becomes the third for all of the duos in that alliance. Because you've got Michael and Brittany, then you've got, I want to say Monty and Joseph, and then you've got Turner and Kyle, I believe were the pairs that they had. But maybe that's changed with Kyle now growing closer to Alyssa. I'm hoping that Taylor is in the end game plans for all of them. And I could see that being a reality. So far, Joseph, Michael, and Brittany have all talked very highly about taking Taylor to the end game. So that's my hopes. And if Taylor can leave 1 or 2 threats in there and get Brittany with her to the final two, I think she could wipe the floor with Brittany. So that's my hopes for this alliance. Next person up was Ola.
I'm going to circle back just to give Joseph a few flowers. He's always the first one to always, like, kind of consider Taylor's feelings and things. If you, like, catch it on the feeds, he's usually the very first person who, like, will be like, are you okay? Are you feeling good? Especially when they were still trying to, pretend like she's still isolated. He was always the first one to go and check on her in the morning. Like, he offered to switch beds so that Daniel wasn't the one sleeping close to her. Like, he is definitely, he hasn't fully, like, acknowledged, like, what he also kind of added to the dog pile yet, at least in what we've seen on the feeds. But I do think, like, out of all of the leftovers, he is, like, besides Brittany, he is, like, the one who has, like, cared the most about her feelings and, like, how she's feeling being on the block again, how she's feeling about things. Like, he's always the one to check up on her and, like, hype her up to make her feel good. So shout out to Joseph for that. But to kind of piggyback off of what Morgan brought up and also Kanisha did earlier on how Joseph and Taylor would be the more interesting, like, showman's couple to prop up. But keep in mind, again, that that's a dark-skinned woman and, you know, and an Arab Muslim-looking man together. You know, why would they highlight that when they can highlight blonde hair, blue-eyed Kyle and kind of blonde-haired, mostly brunette, soft, little, delicate Alyssa? You know, it goes right back to that race thing. And lastly, just to kind of piggyback off of that YouTuber's comment, it's really easy to kind of say that things are not about race when you are not thinking about race in situations. Being a black woman myself, I don't get that luxury, and I'm more of a recent BB watcher. I started watching BB 21, so I haven't really been, like, looking at the past seasons yet. I want to go back and look into those, hearing you guys talk about them, make them sound so much more interesting too. But I never got a chance to look at reality TV without the lens of being a black person. And that's coming from somebody who watches Love Island, who watches The Bachelor, who watches The Bachelorette. Every single reality show that I've watched, even the MTV shows, all of those shows that I've watched, being a black woman, you have to look at it and look at how all the black people are treated, how they're talked about, how they're perceived as aggressive. I myself have been labeled as aggressive by an employer actually very recently that I quit. I put in my 2-week notice with her, and she switched up on me. Keep in mind that she's an Indian woman. She's not even white. She switched up on me to the point that I just called it quits, and I said I'm not going in for the last 2 days because I don't deserve to be treated like this. And she called the police on me when I came to get my stuff and told them that I was threatening her.
Wow.
So these are real life situations. It sounds crazy that, oh, why would anybody do that about someone's race? I was 3 yards away from this woman in her lobby area. She was in her little cubicle box, and she was on the phone. I was watching her. She told the police that I was threatening her. So these are everyday situations that we have to deal with. And seeing it happen on live TV is a little traumatizing, but it also gives us, like, a moment to reflect and be like, I'm not crazy. Like, these things do happen, and it's usually based on what I look like and not anything to do with what I've done.
Well, Ola, thank you so much for sharing your experience and sharing your story. I really appreciate that. I salute to anyone that is willing to speak their piece and share their stories. I know that's not easy, or it must not be easy. So I'm sending you all the love that I possibly can. I really appreciate you. The next person that was on my list was Meme Queen, and then Betty, and then we had Dumpling Daughter. So Meme Queen, I'm going to give you the floor.
Oh, I can wait. It's fine.
Okay, I'm going to give the floor to Betty.
Sorry, unlocking my phone again. So, Delarue, I want to ask you, so what was the name of the person that made that comment? I'll speak directly to them.
Their name was Creative Name.
Okay, so Creative Name,
Yeah.
This is what I have to do. So, this is something that we hear a lot when we're talking about these shows. It could be Big Brother, it could be Love Island, it could be Survivor, it could be whatever. It's not about race. It's not about race. It is very easy. I'm going to assume that you are white because it is very easy for a white person to say that something is not about race because white people don't experience racism. So the experts on racism are black people particularly, and then other people of color. So you, as a white person, the way that you've been socialized is that you have no race. Because white people in America are considered to be the default for human being. So you don't think of yourself as having a race. A race is something that people of color have. That's why y'all constantly make comments, because that's been said to me about comments that I've made about Big Brother and other shows. I couldn't even tell you how many times. Every time I could be talking about the Real Housewives. Every time I bring something up, a white person inevitably will come along and say it's not about race. It's not your place to say what is or is not about race because you don't know. The expert is me. Anytime you're going to go up against me, a black woman, about whether something is or is not about race, you will lose. Because I know better than you. Ola just told me about her job situation, told all of us actually. I'm really sorry that you had to go through that. These type of racial comments being made as a black woman in the workplace, they happen all the time. I cannot tell you how many black women have said, including myself, they're having such a much better time working now that so many of us are working from home, and how much easier their job is. I am a light-skinned black woman, and I had a supervisor say to me at a job one time, we were talking about something, and he was like, oh, if I said that to you, you'd probably blow my house up. What? This is the workplace.
Oh my God.
When have you ever seen me raise my voice or be aggressive to anybody here? This is my job. I know I can't do that and get away with it. So why would you make a comment like that? And people make comments in the workplace like that to black women and black people all the time. That is racism, okay? You would never say that to a white woman, so don't fucking say it to me. So I want to make sure that I address that. Also, I put in the Jumbotron, the last space that I did, Moon was there, and Jupiter was in here before, but I don't see them now. Jupiter and Moon were there. So we originally started talking about the game, and then it turned into astrology hour because they're astrology experts, and they were both there. So if you're interested in astrology and you want to hear about like an astrological take on the game, please listen to that space because it was really good, and I really enjoyed it. And follow Moon and follow Jupiter. I feel like there was something. Oh, so somebody else, I don't know if it was Ola, I can't remember, but somebody was talking about how Taylor looked when she had on her swimsuit and her clear heels. So I posted a video of it. It's in the Jumbotron. The camera operators are obsessed with Taylor. You look at that pan up and down Taylor's body. And let me tell you this, if I was in that house, when I looked at Taylor, I wouldn't have been insecure, threatened, nothing. I would have said, girl, get over here and you're going to be my best friend. Because all my best friends are the pretty bitches. Everybody that's my friend is fine. Okay? And I'm sure the same goes for everybody in here. And you'll be like, that's not true. You gotta have one friend that's not that cute. No, I don't. Because you gotta be cute to be my friend. I'm not trying to look at that over brunch. Okay? So she would be my best friend in that motherfucking house, and we would be up in there having us a good old time, talking about how fine we are and kikiing, and that would be it. And so somebody tweeted one time, they were like, Taylor needs the Britney from BB23 and not this Britney from BB24. And I 100% agree. Because if Britney D'Angelo had been in that house, what happened with Daniel? Oh, she would have never fucking stood for that. She would have stood up and she would have called it right the fuck out. Because if y'all will recall, Brett tried to say last season that Ozza got aggressive with him in a conversation about being a floater. And Brittany immediately said, no, she didn't. I was there. She never raised her voice. That didn't happen. So I really wish that, I don't know, I wish that Brittany could have been like on back-to-back seasons. Because I know her and Ozza are best friends and I don't want to take that from her. But it's almost like I wish she could have been on both seasons because she would have never stood for this foolishness that we see that happen in the house. That's it.
Thank you, Betty. Meme Queen, I don't know if you wanted us to circle back to you. If you do, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, I think, like, disappointing because, like, I even tweeted out today, I mean, where it's like, there are so many Big Brother players who would have protected Taylor, like Howard would have protected Taylor,
Yep.
like, Brittany would have, like, helped out Taylor. Like, I mean, like, I mean, people dunk on Janelle, but I don't think she would have stood for it either, because I think she would have really been like, yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, obviously, you're not going to put Janelle on with a bunch of, like, newbies. Like, that's not fair. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think, like, there's so many, like, people who would not, like, stand for this. But, like, there are just a lot, like, but there are, like, a lot of players who do just, like, let it happen. Like, when that whole thing went down with Daniel and Nicole, I mean, who was in the bathroom as well? It was Terrence, Brittany, and Michael. Everybody loves Michael. Michael didn't say a word, not a peep. Like, and he knew that shit was wrong. He knew it was wrong. He stood by. And that, I don't know, it soured him a little bit for me. That's just my opinion. Like, I mean, it soured Brittany for me a little bit. I mean, it's hard to root for somebody who's just, like, you know, watching somebody be, like, treated that way. Like, you know, I mean, I'm not saying that they're bad people, but, like, it's, and I understand, like, when things happen, I freeze. So, you know, I say this, and I haven't experienced the Big Brother house, so I understand where something uncomfortable is happening, and you just want to pretend that it's not happening, and because it makes you uncomfortable. But I mean, you as a white person, you got to be uncomfortable. I mean, as a white person, you got to be uncomfortable. You have to be willing to be uncomfortable. If you're not willing to be uncomfortable and, like, maybe having to do things, like, outside your character to protect Black people, especially Black women, I mean, that's really something you need to work on. And you really probably shouldn't, I mean, if you, like, because, I mean, look at it, like, go back to BB15. Like, Andy didn't really say anything that awful, right? He said things. He said things, of course. But the reason he lost his job was because he was tolerating that shit in that house. And, you know, I've been blocked by him because I confronted him.
Listen, I'll join the club. I got blocked by his ass too.
Yeah, because he was saying some stuff about the pie eating contest, and let me, it really bothered me because Big Brother has always had ridiculous ass fucking competitions for people, okay? He's like, that's my legacy. My whole thing is tied to this. I'm like, honey, Big Brother wants to pretend y'all don't fucking exist. They want to wipe the slate clean. They want 2013 to have never fucking happened, okay? Like, let's be real. Your legacy, and he always says this stuff about, oh, the reason I won was because I was so nice. Bullshit. You won because everybody else was deplorable. Everybody was, I mean, top three, all of those people lost their jobs. That the guy that got third, he was talking about child porn. He was talking about Nazis. I mean, and then Gina Marie, I don't even need to recap her nastiness, her anti-blackness, I'm pretty sure she said the N-word in that house. I mean, so many people that season said the N-word in that house. Like, I mean, anyway, like, I mean, Paloma should have been on that season, but she's too fucking young for it. She would have had her little safe space as, like, the cute little, I mean, that's what she did. Like, she tried to come on this show 9 years later and play some Aaron Grease game, and it just did not work out for her because I guess the DR let it slip that she was looking kind of bad, and she spiraled. I mean, and I would like to say that woman has said absolutely fucking nothing about being bipolar. And as someone who it has been diagnosed as bipolar, do you understand how fucking damaging it was to be on the TL, having all these armchair psychiatrists be like, well, that's not her, she's manic, she's da-da-da-da-da. You can have a manic episode and not be a fucking racist.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's possible. It's totally possible, and it happens all the time. I know plenty of people who are bipolar who are not fucking racist.
Yep.
And, like, you know, when they're feeling manic, they just don't. I mean, it's just really, like, bipolar disorder is a very umbrella term for a lot. There's actually 2 different types of bipolar, first of all.
Yes.
And then there's, like, all these other, like, it's, like, really annoying, like, how you want to paint a mental illness with one color when it's really a spectrum. It's just as broad as something like autism. It's just as broad as something like depression. It's just as broad as something like anxiety. And I was so mad. I was, like, replying to Janelle because Janelle was like, well, I have family that's bipolar. I'm like, bitch, I am bipolar. I have family that's bipolar. I am not out here diagnosing people I don't fucking know with a disease. I don't have a degree to be diagnosing people with.
And just to piggyback off of what you're saying, Meme Queen, I apologize. As someone with a psychology degree, you can't diagnose someone just based off of watching them on the show. No one could. No psychologist could do that. And bipolar, there's so many different diagnoses for bipolar. Like, there's bipolar type 1, there's bipolar type 2, there's cyclothymic bipolar. There's all different types of bipolar disorders, like all different types of patterns that someone could follow. Like, it's impossible to diagnose someone just watching them. Shit, doctors that get to treat patients and get to see them on a regular basis misdiagnose their patients. So it's just really weird. There's no excuse for people's behavior, racist behavior in the house. Like, having a disorder does not rationalize being racist. So, like, no. And I just wanted to add this into the commenter that said that one of our speakers was aggressive. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to take that energy somewhere else. We don't need that here. I don't need that here. Be love. You can take that somewhere else. I don't need you to be calling any of my speakers aggressive. I'm good on that. Shit. You can call me aggressive if you'd like to, because I'm aggressive towards the love I have for my speakers. Okay? So Meme Queen, I don't know if you have anything else that you wanted to add in there.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when I did call these people out on being, like, armchair psychiatrists, there was so many people that were, like, that tried to defend it. But where are all those people now, huh? Come out. I want to talk. I want you to Venmo me some money for my time and, like, honestly traumatizing. I won't say it's as traumatizing as what Black people have faced with, like, Taylor's treatment in the house, but it's really upsetting when people are dogpiling on you for being like, hey, no mental health professional worth their salt is going to diagnose a person. Like, so why are you doing it? And that gets, like, all this backlash. I don't know. That's all I want to say.
Awesome. Before we go to our next speaker, so the order that I have right now is we have Dumplin' Daughter is next, and then Barbie is in here. I want to make sure I get Barbie. And then we have Betty. If anyone else wants to speak, come to the front now and raise your hand, just because I just realized I've been on here for 4 hours. It does not feel like 4 hours, but this will just be like the last go round for opportunity to speak. So if you'd like to speak, just put your hands up now and I'll add you to the queue before I close it off. So Dumplin' Daughter, I'm going to give you the floor.
Alrighty, thank you, Dylan. First of all, I love when you call me Dumplin' Daughter because that's my mom's nickname. And I am speaking of my mom, Ola. I love your name because it's similar to her real name, which is Otha, which was taken from the African Botha. And so I just wanted to put that out there. Speaking of names, my real name is Tracy. And every single time Terrence talks to his wife, who's also named Tracy, every hair on my body stands up and my whole skin just does this wave of revulsion. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I wish she would call her by her middle name. Hopefully it's not the same as mine. I'm not going to put that out there because I already put too much information out there about myself. But anyway, Terrence, stop talking to your wife. Just say my wife, or say, my honey or something. But stop calling her name my name. I'm sure I'm older than she is anyway. So I had it first. Moving right along. Aggression. How many black women in here, and maybe even black men, because unfortunately aggression is something that's encouraged in men, but how many black women have had to deal with being called aggressive or scary, or you're gonna do something physical to someone? I remember being in elementary school and not knowing really how to, not knowing really the words to say, but knowing that the feeling I had whenever someone was like, you better do XYZ or she's gonna beat you up, or I thought you were gonna smack me or something like that. I have had 3 single fights in my whole life, and none of them were from aggression. It was someone else was being aggressive towards me, and I was simply responding. And so every time I hear someone say that someone's going to do something, you better not with her because she's going to kick your ass, or you better not with her because this, she's going to do X, Y, and Z to you physically. It is so traumatizing to be vilified and to be basically treated, to be defeminized, because that's what it does. Saying that we're aggressive means that you're taking away from our femininity. And so it drives me crazy. I remember this feeling from the time I was in elementary school. People saying that I was aggressive or I was going to beat someone up or something like that. When have I ever? And so every time someone says that on TV, I'm sure there's a little black girl, a little black boy, or a little girl on there that's like, oh, well, I don't want to be that. And so they dim their light because their aggression is really just their passion.
Yeah.
So they start to dim their light. They turn it down because they don't want to be seen in that way. And I'm a teacher. I've been teaching since 1997. And even as a teacher, I have students, and I'm a hugger too. Well, now that we got monkeypox, maybe I'll be a air high fiver. But I'm a teacher, and I am... Oh my gosh, I talk about monkeypox and now it's on the TV. I've been talking to students or whatever, and I'll be like, saying something and it's funny or something like that, or they're doing something and I reach out to give them the side hug, because that's what teachers have to do. We can't give the full on hugs anymore, but I give them that side hug and they flinch. And I'm like, why did you do that? And I was like, have I ever done anything physical to you? Because I like to call it out. I like to deal with it. And I like for children, young people, young adults to think about it and process it so that they know not to go forward with whatever misconception they have about black women. And so I was like, when have I ever done that? When have I ever hit you? When have I ever hurt you? I said, I've never even raised my voice to you. So why are you flinching? And they were like, oh, I thought you were going to, hit me. And I was like, no, I wasn't going to hit you. I said, I'm sorry if there's anyone that ever has hit you and that's made you flinch. I said, but don't worry, that will never happen with me. And I know that comes from the racist idea of a black woman being aggressive. And really what that is that's just fear. That's fear that everything that you've been putting out and shooting towards, you change words. Everything that you've been sending out there, the energy that you've been sending out for a millennia since the beginning of time towards black women, since racism got its little start, got up and running, you're just afraid that that's going to come back to you. So that's why you're afraid of black women's, and when I say you, I mean the racist, you're afraid of black women's aggression. So I know that there are black women in here that are like, yeah, I remember being called aggressive. I've had coworkers say that. I've had teachers say that. I've had principals say that. I've had small children say that. And I've never been that way. But I just wanted to speak on that. And then the last thing, someone was talking earlier, and they said something about people being complicit. People like Michael, people like Brittany. When you see something awful happening or something that you know in your gut is wrong, you know it's wrong, and yet you say nothing because of the game. That's when you need to really sit down with yourself and say, is there a dollar amount to being a good person?
That's
true. Is there a limit to what I can do? I was thinking about All-Stars. Was it last year? 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about BB All-Stars, BB 22. And I think about Tyler and his performative ass. And he wrote a whole paragraph on Instagram. He said that he would never let it happen, not on his watch, blah, blah, blah. This is right after, of course, him doing the exact same thing to Bailey, And he said, I'll never let it happen on my watch. Then he turns right around and says, I understand that you guys are in this game for a higher calling, a higher cause. But then the minute he probably got called into the DR and said, and we're going to make you pay for everything back if you quit, if you self-evict. Oh, well, that dollar amount put a limit on his allyship. That's exactly what I mean by it. What is the limit for you to really be an ally, for you to really be a upstander, someone that's going to stand up for what you know in your gut is the right thing? And so it is so disheartening to know that Michael and Brittany and everyone that sat in that house during that first week and a half and let Taylor be mistreated the way she was all over some money. All over some money. And by the time California gets done with that tax, it ain't even that much money.
That's true. It's like half.
Ask Casey Clark. She's broke. She's already broke. So it's just, it's got to be, we got to do better. We got to do better. And I'll close out on that. Because my phone's about to die, Dylan, because you've been on here for hours.
Oh my gosh. I appreciate you so much, Dumpling Daughter / Tracy, whichever you want me to call you. Thank you for speaking your piece. Yeah, we have been on for hours. I just realized I'm supposed to beat my friends Taya and Chanel for the gym. We're trying to get our fit on. I'm supposed to leave here by like 5 o'clock. So just put a bow on this a little bit. Each person, I'm still going to let you guys speak, but try to keep it to, I'm going to say 2-3 minutes at maximum, just because I don't want to be late. But next person up is Barbie Doll. So Barbie Doll, you have the floor.
Okay, I promise I'll keep this really quick because y'all know I've been cooking
But I have to say, first of all, Tracy talking about Terrence shouting out his wife, I'm cracking up. But I did want to say something about when Betty was saying that, regard to Taylor being like the bombshell and it's caused everybody to like lose their insecure minds. So my thought is, I'm going in this house. I see Taylor and I'm like, that's the kind of energy I want to be around. I want to be around strong. I want to be around confident. Like, there wasn't ego. There wasn't any of that. It wasn't like, oh, I'm the baddest bitch here. Respect that. It was, I am, and that's what you want to be around. So, like, for me, the second that anybody, like, approached me with that, oh, we're going to be girls, and da-da-da-da-da, absolutely not, because I'm seeing how y'all move. And if that is a girl's girl, I am looking you right in the face, and I'm telling you, no, thank you. I will be a man's man over there. That's it.
Agreed. I really want them to start casting more women that are pro-women. Pro every type of woman. Because they're putting in season after season these women that are just, like, I don't want to say catty. I don't want to say that. But these women that I feel are in competition with each other rather than being in competition with everyone. And I feel like that's the reason why there has been so few female winners on Big Brother. I mean, I think Survivor is much better at casting female players. That's why there's been a more even distribution of the male to female ratio on winners by gender. But they need to do a better job at casting more women that are pro-women. Next up was Betty, and then we have Ola.
Okay, I'm going to try to stick to my time limit because I know how it is when you're trying to end your space. But just what you said, Dillaru, I 100% agree. I think that is part of the reason why there have been so few women winners on Big Brother is because women are competing against each other instead of competing to play the game and win the game. And unfortunately, women are socialized that we need to compete with each other for the attention of men.
That's true.
And if you notice, that is what Paloma went off about regarding Taylor, is because she felt like she was getting so much positive male attention. Because if that had been Jasmine in a swimsuit over there, she wouldn't have cared.
Mm-hmm.
So I 100% agree with you, Barbie. Taylor has the type of energy I want to be around. I don't want to be around a whole bunch of negative people at all. But I'm going to end it with this.
And hopefully her beautiful rubs off on me by proxy. Hopefully I look even prettier standing next to how pretty she is.
And I'm just going to end it with this. I'm pretty certain, I've been willing to bet money that Be-Love person was talking about me. And so what I have to say to address that is very simply this. I actually am an aggressive person by nature because I saw other people being aggressive in terms of going after what they wanted and saw them do that and saw it work for them. So then I started doing it and it started working for me. And the reason, again, I'd be willing to bet money on it, that person made that comment is because I said something about race and racism and addressed a white person. That's why they said that. I will never, until I take my last breath, I'm always going to speak up about any kind of oppression, whether it's racism, colorism, transphobia, homophobia. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm speaking up about it. If you don't like it, turn this shit off. Because I can't fucking help you. Because you're not going to stop me by calling me aggressive. I've heard that all my fucking life. I'm black. I'm a black woman. I've been called aggressive more times than I can count, sweetheart. And you're lucky that the space is ending, because what I would say is come up here and say it to my face. You won't, because you're a coward and a bitch. But I can call you that because I have the ovaries to do so. You don't have the ovaries or cojones to come up here and address me. That's why you talking in a chat, honey. Remember that.
Well, Betty, if it makes you feel better, the YouTube comment section is letting her have it. They are handing her ass to her on a silver platter. So I really do appreciate the comments section. My comment section always holds it down. That's why I'm never afraid of what's going down there. I always know my people will back y'all up. I saw that Belize wanted to speak, but I am trying to end the space so I'm not late. So I encourage you to come next time, and I'll make sure that you're able to speak at the next time. So the last speaker will be Ola, and then I'll give closing thoughts. So Ola, you have the floor.
First of all,
Ooh, you're cutting out.
Good heart. I just want to kind of piggyback off of what everybody is saying, especially Queen Betty. The hater that was trying to dim her light. If you called a man aggressive, it would be a compliment. So, what you don't realize is saying that proves the entire point of what we were trying to say all damn day, which is, well, if she's aggressive, I'm aggressive, and I'll own that shit. Because fuck it, who else is gonna sing my praise but me? Who else is gonna look at me and be like, I want to be like her but me? I gotta make myself the best version of myself, and to do that, I've got to be aggressive. But that's not going to turn down the light. That's not going to turn down what we're saying. That's not going to make anything that we've said today any less true. And the fact of the matter is, if Taylor has done nothing wrong, she's done nothing to these people. There's not a video clip. They can't even pin down a succinct moment, word by word play. They cannot point it out and say, this is what I'm talking about. She said, why does your face look like that after you cannot? Where did this happen? It didn't. You're grasping at straws because they know that they're wrong. And you guys know that you're wrong. You guys know that you attack black women on the daily. We know it. You know it. You're not cute. You're not slick. Go ahead. We're going to call it out until the day comes where it's not easy to hide behind anymore.
Thank you so much. All right, well, before I close this space out, I wanted to give a big shout out to all of our speakers today. Shout out to Reality, shout out to Lele, shout out to Morgan, to Betty, to Kamisha, to Meme Queen, Ola, Dumpling Daughter, Barbie, Morgan, Layla, my girl Keisha, Comical Son Ashley, who's been holding it down in the YouTube chat, and BB Bean, who's been in the YouTube chat. Shout out to Kylan Young, who was in the YouTube chat earlier. To Jessica Milagros, who's been listening. My good friend Grace is in the audience. My friend Isaiah was here earlier. My girl Chantel was here. My closing thoughts are that this was a great conversation, and again, I hope that things will change after this season. I'm not going to have my hopes be totally high, but one good thing that has come out of this is definitely awareness, and that these conversations are happening, and I urge everyone to continue to do so. Keep speaking, don't be afraid to speak, and unapologetically be yourself, because there's no one better than you. I'm excited to see Officer Angry go home this week. I'm really happy. I'm ready. I'm raring to see her go. Knockoff Elvis is next. And then hopefully this season will go really good. I think Taylor is set up to go really far in the game. Hopefully this is the last time we have to see her on the block. I'm excited to see what this season could possibly do moving forward. We just need to get the dark clouds out of the game, and once those clouds are gone, I think this could be a good season to watch. There's just a lot of shit going on. I don't know when the next time I'll be live is. I'm supposed to be off 2 days in a row, but they put me on for only 1 day off, which is ridiculous. So the next time I'm off is on Sunday, but I may try to do more of these streams, either before the live show for Big Brother or after. The only other thing I really have to plug is obviously my YouTube channel. So if you wanted to see my facial reactions and all that stuff, I believe I did post the link to my channel right before I started this. I'm going to put it on the Jumbotron for y'all. It's at Slightly Bitter on YouTube. And my YouTube people, if you don't follow my Twitter, if you want to join the spaces next time we're doing a live and speak your piece, head on over to my Twitter at Slightly Bitter, SlightlyBittah. The last thing I have to plug is me, Chantel, and Keisha. We host an online reality show similar to Big Brother. It's called I Love Money. We take a bunch of super fans and we put them in their own reality competition show. We host it through Zoom and stream it on YouTube. That will be starting next week. So stay tuned for that. If you want to watch old seasons, this is our 11th season, so we've had 10 or so seasons beforehand. I'm going to put a highlight reel from season 2 up if anyone is interested in watching it. And that's all I've really got to say. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll be sure to do this more in the future. And please stay tuned and stay bitter. So I will see y'all next time. Love you all. Have a great night, everyone. Bye, YouTube people.